Mr. Mayor, we are live now on YouTube. I can begin the anthem whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you very much, Evan, and good afternoon. Welcome to regular meeting of Council and General Committee for Monday, November 30th, 2020. Turning it over to Evan for playing of O Canada.
O Canada, our home and
You know what to do, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we're going to try that. That was just a brief run through. So Evan, if you can go back to the beginning on this and let's start the meeting again. All right.
Oh, my apologies for that because it was playing loud and clear on my end here, so I didn't know it wasn't even playing for everyone else. So we will try that again.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
All right, good afternoon. We begin this gathering, or it's good evening now. We begin this gathering by acknowledging the land in which we gather as the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this reminds us that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of our Indigenous brothers and sisters. So with this, I'd just like to do a brief mayor's report, as I do know we do have a long agenda set for us tonight. I just want to first start by the city flags will be flown at half-mast tomorrow to honor the passing of retired St. Catharines firefighter Al Lopsinger. Al spent 37 years with the city, working on the front lines as a firefighter. And in addition to his years of service at the fire department, Al also helped the city acquire its antique fire truck that has been highlighted in many parades and other events for many, many years. The 1926 Godfreyson with a pickle pump was originally purchased for use in the town of Meryton. And while it was sold off, Al was able to track it down and purchase it in 1975 and then work on refurbishing it to its original state. The city eventually acquired the truck, which is now stored at station number 1, serving not only as a public education tool, but as a piece of fire history here in St. Catharines. Council and staff and the fire service extend their condolences to Al's wife, Kathleen, and his children, Mark and Sherry. As well, I want to take a moment to remember Ernest Adams, otherwise known as Ernie, a proud World War II veteran who died Saturday at the age of 94. Ernie, the brother of former St. Catharines Mayor Roy Adams, was a longtime member of the Royal Canadian Branch 138 in Meryton, where he most recently served as senior past president. Ernie was one of 7 sons to Elsie and William Charles Adams. All of them served their country, with Ernie enlisting in the Royal Canadian Electrical and Mechanical Engineers. He also volunteered with the Lincoln and Welland Regiment and gave back through the Meryton Athletic Association. I would like to extend our condolences to Ernie's daughter, Donna, along with the rest of his family. And when it comes to COVID-19 in our community, as people will know, in Niagara, we are and remain in orange, and that is within the framework set by the province of Ontario. The numbers we continue to see across the province in the second wave continue to be of a concern, and we need to be mindful of public health recommendations. Here in Niagara, we continue to do well in pushing back at COVID-19, and I just want to say thank you to all the residents and businesses who are doing their part. And just a reminder in terms of keeping your physical distancing, keeping that social bubble really tight, washing your hands, and just being mindful of where you are in the places in which you are as well. Last week, the province said the safest way to spend the holidays this year is by only celebrating in person with the people you live with, or with one additional household if you live alone. Recognizing this has been a tough year for everybody, but in order for us to ensure that we get control of the second wave, we just have to continue to follow the directions that are being provided. It is difficult, and as we head into the winter months, be mindful of your mental health and be mindful of your physical health. That means getting out when you can in terms of getting physical activities, even if it's a little colder out. And when it comes to your mental health, making sure that you're looking after your mind as well. These are important things that will help all of us get through these times together. And it's just important. There's a lot of resources out there for people who are managing through both the mental and physical part of this. Transportation Master Plan is in its final stages. We have a virtual public input session on December 3rd. It's a Thursday. Transportation Master Plan is an important tool. It's helping to guide how we're going to be moving people around our community. And it's not just about the automobile. It's about bikes. It's about pedestrian walkways. It's about how people move in all different forms, including transit as well. There's a draft document that involves the vision that we have for our community. So please check out www.engagestc.tmp by December 3rd in order to sign up for the session. Looking forward to hearing the community's input. Also want to thank Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, Jeff Urick, as he participated in a call with myself and St. Catharines MPP Jenny Stevens, and it was regarding the former automotive site on 282-285 Ontario Street. This call was organized as an opportunity for us to express to Minister Urick the importance of the property, but also for the Ministry of the Environment when it comes to the testing of this site and the adjacent locations, to make sure that those tests are a priority, and then we get the information back as soon as possible so that we can share them with council and inform our community. I would like to thank St. Catharines MPP Jenny Stevens for standing up in the House and asking for this to be a priority of the ministries as well. It is an important part of our community, and I will say this, and I've always said this, the city is very focused on that property, and the city employees, the people who are doing the work on the ground, have been a focus of this, along with Councillor Cisco and Councillor Porter, who have made sure that this is a focus for theirs as well. Also want to congratulate Sonia Aviles for being recognized as one of Châtelain's 2020 Women of the Year for her tireless efforts to support and advocate for migrant farm workers in Niagara and beyond through the Migrant Workers Alliance for Change. She's done a lot of great work, and it's great to see her name and her recognition in Châtelain magazine. As well, the Civic Christmas concert will be airing on Your TV Niagara. We usually do it at St. Thomas Church, have the public come in on the first Tuesday of December. That is not and will not be taking place, although the recordings for the songs did take place at St. Thomas Church. And I'd like to thank Reverend Canon Bothwell for opening up his doors so that Cogeco could tape the 30th anniversary. Peter Partridge Jr. was the MC, and we had the Niagara Brass Ensemble. Dr. Janice Giesbrick, who is from the Walker Family Cancer Center here in St. Catharines, was the guest speaker. And we also had Tim Hicks performing a song as well. So they're going to be airing it on Your TV Niagara throughout the December period, and it just brings the spirit of Christmas into the homes across our community. As well, happy Hanukkah to those who will be celebrating Hanukkah starting December 10th. And we wish you all the best on behalf of council, and that the Festival of Lights gives you an opportunity to renew your sense of identity. And the Great Holiday Food Drive is coming up on December 11th. It's a Friday. And this year is a new take on an old tradition. The Great Holiday Food Drive Express Bus is making its rounds throughout St. Catharines Thorold, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Beginning at Market Square. And I know our own Deputy Mayor Lori Littleton is working on something for council to be able to be a part of this important event. And you can also donate online at Community Care's website. And I just want to say thank you to Betty Lusuter and her team, and also to the Bell team, 610, 105.7, and 97.7 Hits FM for their role in bringing the spirit of Christmas to us through the Great Holiday Food Drive. So with that, we're going to turn it over to the clerks for the adoption of the agenda.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this evening's changes to your agenda in Sugar Sink, we have a resolution from Niagara Regional Council regarding support for Niagara's local businesses through the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. Item 2, you have a AMO watch file, November 26, 2020. Additional correspondence regarding Council Agenda Item 6.1, Citywide Land Needs Assessment and Proposed Official Plan Amendment to designate employment areas and redesignate certain employment lands for alternative uses. The following amendments are being made to your agenda this evening. Item 2.1 on the general agenda was removed from the agenda. Item 4 on the agenda, which is your in-camera report, Millbank Street Realty file number 18042 will be discussed following Council Agenda Item 6.2. So it's been moved in the agenda. Item 2.2 on the General Committee agenda, holding provision related to short-term rentals, has been moved to the discussion agenda and will be considered before Item 3.1. The motion for General Committee Agenda Item 2.3, Council Correspondence, is being amended to include the following clause: that Council endorse the resolution from the Niagara region listed as additional correspondence sub-item 1 regarding support for Niagara's local businesses through the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's this evening's changes.
Thank you, Bonnie. And are there any amendments to the agenda?
Sorry, can I just ask that we pull item 2.3, number 3, the resolution from City of Brantford, and endorse that and send to our local MPPs.
Okay, so what is, if we can, that'll be moved to the end of discussion, Councillor Miller, and you can just highlight the topic. So that's been pulled. Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none. A motion to, Councillor Kushner, you're hitting the on button. Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay. Motion to approve. Councillor Townsend, can I have you move the agenda? Seconded by Councillor Kushner.
So moved.
All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Any conflicts of interest, Councillor Miller?
Yeah, I got a conflict on 3.1 and what was formerly 2.2. Same conflict as last time related to short-term rentals.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Porter, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Kushner, you're up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a conflict of interest on the conversion of the Brock lands to institutional, and that's found on page 4 of 20. I am employed by Brock University. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Porter.
Yes, I have a similar conflict of interest as Councillor Kushner. My husband's salary flows through Brock. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Porter. Duly noted. We have a motion, adoption of the minutes. We have a motion that Council adopt the minutes of General Committee meeting held on Wednesday, November 18th. Council adopt the minutes of meetings of Council held on Monday, November 16th. And Council adopt the minutes of General Committee meeting held on Monday, November 16th. That Council adopt the minutes of the General Committee meeting held on Tuesday, November 16th. No, November 10th. And that Council adopt the minutes of the Council meeting held on Monday, November 9th, 2020. And that Council adopt the minutes of the General Committee held on Monday, November 9th. So a lot of minutes that are being approved. Any changes or additions to the minutes? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Sorrento, you want to move these?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Miller. Okay, all in favor of the minutes? Okay, those are carried. All right, the following items have been requested to move from consent to committee as we were now resolved into general committee. 2.3 memorandum from Director of Economic Development and Government Relations and Director of Engineering, Facilities and Environment Services, single-use plastic bans. That is being lifted by Councillor Townsend. That will be moved to discussion, and as well as the noted endorsement from Councillor Miller regarding the Brantford resolution. Those two have been lifted from consent, and I'll look to the clerk for the consent agenda.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the remainder of the council correspondence, save and except those two items that you just mentioned, are on tonight's consent agenda. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried unanimously.
Okay. Council reconvened as we head into a public meeting pursuant to the Planning Act. And so this will be the bulk of the meeting for the next little while. So the Planning and Building Services, Citywide Land Needs Assessment, for short, LNA, and proposed official plan amendment to designate employment areas and redesignate certain employment lands for alternative uses. Purpose of the public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available to the public to understand the proposed official plan amendment to designate employment areas and redesignate certain employment lands for alternative uses, and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council decision. Planning and Building Services staff held an open house and prepared a report on the application. Planning meeting will proceed as follows. Mr. Bruce Bellows, planner with the Planning and Building Services with the City of St. Catharines, will explain the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. The public will have an opportunity to speak on the proposed amendment to the official plan. We suggest presentations will be limited to 5 minutes. As today's public meeting is being held electronically, members of the public wishing to speak to this item were advised that they had to RSVP prior to 11:59 p.m. on Sunday, November 29th in order to speak. The following individuals have requested to speak. We have Miss Redfern from IBI Group, Mr. Aaron's IBI Group, and that's 1 and 2. Number 3, we have Mr. Carl, Habitat for Humanity, Mr. Kilpatrick, Heddle Shipyard, Miss Tanner from Niagara Planning Group, Mr. Rankin from Rankin Construction, Mr. Richardson, Mr. Corey, Mr. Pinichetti, Mr. Redden, and Mr. Pula. Members of the public were invited with options to submit written correspondence. Items received have been added to Council's Sugar Sync correspondence. And if a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to the council decision, that person is not entitled to the appeal decision to the local planning appeal tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. Staff will then respond to questions, and the public meeting will then be closed, and then we'll have the planner come back on, and we'll have questions from council to staff. So with that, the setting of the stage here is that you can ask questions of the presenters, but to the presenters only. You will not be asking questions to staff. So if you have questions for staff, write those down, and then those will be asked to staff when you have an opportunity to speak to the staff after all of the public delegations have taken place. So with that, I will turn it over to Evan McGinty, who will begin. Oh, no, I'm going to start with having our planner, Mr. Bellows, present the proposed zoning bylaw amendment regarding the short term, regarding the LNA. Did I do something wrong? Okay.
Hi, can everybody see that?
Yes, it's up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I'm here tonight to present a municipal-wide land needs assessment, what we call an LNA. and a proposed official plan amendment addressing the conversion of employment lands in this city. And as I begin, I would just like to provide a bit of context. The city is comprised of 9,800 hectares of land, 70% in our urban area, 30% agriculture. We have a finite urban area which is shaped and is bounded by our world-class amenities. Lake Ontario, the Niagara Escarpment, a designated world biosphere, the Welland Canal, a major international transportation route, our agricultural lands, designated specially crafted the Provincial Greenbelt Plan, the highest land protection designation afforded in the province. As shown on the map, we have a number of land use designations within the urban area directing where, what, and how we manage and accommodate growth. That's our land use structure as defined in the official plan. And within the urban area, we have a very diminished vacant land supply to accommodate future development, approximately 350 hectares. If we want to protect our world-class amenities and at the same time accommodate for future growth and development, provide a balance of opportunities for all users, we have to be land and service efficient and use our vacant and built environment wisely. And what we are discussing tonight is not about small lots or small zoning bylaw amendments. It's about realigning some of those large chunks of land on that map, changing our land use structure, and affecting where, what, and how we will manage and accommodate growth for years to come, and a footprint for sustainable development. Triggered by the closure of a large industrial user and the potential redevelopment of what is now mostly vacant 21-hectare brownfield site located on Ontario Street in the middle of the city, council directed staff to evaluate the potential conversion of this industrial site to allow future redevelopment for alternative uses. The lands are currently designated employment, and to convert these lands for other uses requires an official plan amendment. And subject to provincial policy, conversion of employment lands to another use requires undertaking a comprehensive municipal-wide LNA, and in doing so, looking at all employment lands and all land uses in the city. Since council direction to study the Ontario Street site, the municipality has received 9 other requests for conversion of employment lands. Including the Ontario Street site, these requests comprise a total of 115 hectares of land, approximately 86 hectares of vacant land, 29 hectares of occupied lands, and range in size between a half a hectare and 31 hectares. By provincial legislation, the city's official plan and any amendments to it must comply with the provincial policy statement and provincial land use plans. And because of our world-class amenities, we have 3 provincial land use plans that govern the city: the Niagara Escarpment Plan, the Greenbelt Plan, and a Place to Grow. Together, they establish a myriad of integrated policies to manage the accommodation of growth and management. And there is a bit of a pecking order. The upper tier region Niagara official plan must comply with all provincial land use policy, and the city's official plan must comply with both the provincial policies and the regional plan. The region of Niagara is also the final approval authority for a local official plan amendment. And the Place to Grow plan is the most applicable governing urban areas and contains specific policies addressing employment lands and conversions. It established the population, housing, employment, jobs forecast for each of the regional municipalities located in Greater Golden Region. The region, in turn, refines and allocates the growth forecast to each of the local area municipalities within its jurisdiction. For the official plan, the city must designate required lands necessary to accommodate that forecast. Any amendment to the official plan must not compromise, but rather support and facilitate the ability to accommodate projected population, housing need, and employment jobs. When we look at employment, the employment growth forecast is broken down by 4 sectors. The first sector is employment land, employment jobs. Uses that typically locate within employment areas or what are commonly referred to as industrial districts. These uses include manufacturing, processing, assembly, logistics, truck terminals, and construction yards, and the like. The second sector is population-related jobs. These are spread throughout the municipality, typically located in the downtown, in small and large commercial plazas, and within mixed-use areas. These uses primarily serve the day-to-day and weekly needs of area residents and regional population, and include such uses of retail, service, commercial, health, schools, recreation, institutional, cultural, and community facilities. Some population-related jobs also locate in employment areas, primarily to serve the employer and employee needs. The third sector is major office jobs, typically provided in larger buildings in the downtown urban growth center and in business park centers with employment areas. Office jobs are not always easily defined. Smaller office uses are also spread throughout the municipality in commercial plazas and mixed-use areas, and emerging trends towards greater work from home office space is evident. And the fourth sector is rural jobs, those agricultural and agriculture-related jobs located outside the urban area. And most of the focus tonight will be on employment land employment jobs. The province requires municipalities to designate employment areas for the provision of and long-term protection for employment land employment jobs, and to a lesser degree, accompanying population-related and office jobs. Residential uses are prohibited in employment areas, and once employment areas are designated, there are strong policy tests in the provincial plans that must be met in order to convert lands and employment areas to future alternative uses. As shown on the map, there are 10 locations within the city where employment uses are permitted, colored in blue. We do not, however, currently have any designated employment areas. We estimate through the LNA that we will need 6 locations. 6 of those locations shown on the map will need to be designated as employment areas in order to provide for long-term protection of employment land employment jobs. Any remaining employment lands not included and outside those employment areas may then be considered for conversion for alternative uses. The province requires that growth allocation and designation of employment areas be addressed through a municipal comprehensive review of the upper tier regional official plan and in consultation with the local area municipality. A fundamental component of the municipal comprehensive review, or what's called an MCR, is undertaking a comprehensive land needs assessment.
Bruce,
yes.
I'm just going to stop you for, I don't want to interrupt, but your speaker is providing a lot of static on the, so it might be just too close to your face. It's just picking up a lot of what I can only call static. You want to do a mic check? Just check 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Is that better?
Yeah, keep it further away. Perfect. Yeah, try that. Sorry, Bruce.
Okay, no problem. Okay, the Niagara region is currently undertaking an MCR, but it's not expected to be complete until 2022. However, the Place to Grow plan, the provincial plan, does allow the region to consider approval of a local official plan amendment, which addresses employment area designations and conversion of employment lands prior to completion of that MCR. The city has now completed an LNA as it applies to the local municipality and are recommending an official plan amendment to designate employment areas and to convert certain employment lands for alternative uses. There are 2 interrelated components to the LNA. The quantitative assessment addresses alignment with population, housing, and employment projections, and the land needs necessary to accommodate forecasts. The qualitative assessment evaluates the suitability and appropriateness of existing employment lands, provide for continued employment opportunities, and designation as employment areas. The assessment also evaluates the suitability and appropriateness of the same lands for alternative developments in the areas. Currently, the city has approximately 57,000 dwelling units and a population of just under 137,000 people. Based on the region's MCR forecast to date, the city is expected to grow by just over 31,000 by 2041 and requiring an additional 14,300 new dwelling units to house that population. The city is also expected to accommodate roughly 18,000 new jobs by 2041. And they include employment land, employment jobs, as well as population-related office and rural jobs. Question is, can we accommodate this growth within our existing land use framework? First, taking a look at population and housing, they said the forecast calls for just over 14,000 dwelling units and accommodating a population growth of 31,400 people. We examined our three main land use categories permitting housing in our downtown with our residential and mixed-use designations. Based on permitted density capacities in our official plan and zoning bylaw, it is estimated that the city can support over 15,500 new dwelling units and accommodation for 34,000 new residents. And there is provision for more. The estimated accommodation is based on average density supply, not the highest permitted. And the estimate does not include the provision of added dwelling units for upper floors of existing commercial plazas or for accessory apartments.
I think we're just trying to see if we can get the static removed.
Is it really?
Yeah.
It's up. Yeah.
What we're doing now is for the public that are watching, we're just trying to cut down on the static. So the presentation is going well and the information is being provided in a very clear way. It's just every once in a while getting that static piece there. So we're just going to technically switch out gear, put in a different gear load. This is what technology looks like. And that's one of our technicians, Margaret Josipovic. Bruce, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. There you go.
Okay. I lost where I was.
Population and housing.
Right. So sorry about that.
Apologize.
I was indicating that we can accommodate 15,500 new dwelling units and accommodation for 24,000 new residents. And there is provision for more. The estimated accommodation is based on average density supply, not the highest permitted, and does not include the provision for added dwelling units on upper floors of existing commercial plazas or for accessory apartments. The city's current land structure can accommodate projected future population and housing need. It's noted, however, that given the diminished vacant supply within the urban area, over 60% of this growth will be accommodated through redevelopment and intensification of the built environment, and less than 40% accommodated on vacant lands.
Just speak a little bit louder and you're good.
Okay. Turning to employment, as stated earlier, the city is projected to grow by approximately 18,000 jobs to 2041. Out of this, there is an estimated need to accommodate 4,000 jobs within designated employment areas. This includes 2,630 employment land employment jobs, your manufacturing, warehousing, processing jobs, etc., together with 1,370 accompanying population-related and office jobs. Through standard land use methodology to determine density of development within employment areas at 48 jobs per hectare, this equates to the need for 83 hectares of vacant land to be protected.
Hey, Bruce, can I interrupt? Because I can barely hear you. I don't know if the other counselors are having the same problem.
I'm going to unplug it.
Bruce, just try to unplug it and let's see if your mic works without the headset.
Work?
Let's do a test 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3.
Much
Loud and
better.
clear.
That's much better?
Yes, it is. And Bruce, you might also want to turn off your camera. It might help with if it's a bandwidth issue.
Okay, we'll try that.
Sounds much better.
Okay. Okay, as I was stating, It's an estimated need to accommodate 4,000 future jobs within designated employment areas. This includes 2,630 employment land, employment jobs, your manufacturing, warehousing, etc., together with 1,370 accompanying population-related and office jobs. Through a standard land use methodology for density of development at 48 jobs per hectare, this equates to the need for 83 hectares of vacant land to be protected in employment areas to meet the growth forecast. The map on the right shows the vacant and occupied employment land supply in the city. The city has a vacant employment land supply of approximately 113 hectares. This then provides opportunity. Opportunity to convert certain existing employment lands for alternative uses. We have 113 hectares of vacant employment land. We require 83 hectares of land to meet the growth forecast. We have an excess of 30 hectares of vacant employment lands. We also have 10 employment land conversion requests, which total 115 hectares of land, and of that, 86 hectares of vacant land. We cannot support all conversion requests. If to do so, that would leave us with only 27 hectares of vacant employment land remaining in the city and well below the 83 hectares required to meet the growth forecast. As the map indicates, most of the city's vacant employment lands, 89 hectares, are concentrated in 4 locations on large parcel fabrics. The remaining 24 hectares are scattered throughout the city's occupied employment land base and on much smaller properties. Logically, if to convert employment lands, it should come from those 4 large areas. If we maintain the 24 hectares scattered on small properties throughout the existing employment lands, we need to protect for 59 hectares in those 4 large areas to meet the growth forecast. The quantitative component of the LNA identifies opportunity to convert 30 hectares of employment lands. But where? We have choices, and this is addressed through the qualitative assessment. Qualitative assessment evaluates the suitability and appropriateness of existing employment lands to provide for continued employment opportunities and inclusion within employment areas, and also evaluates the suitability and appropriateness of the same lands for potential development for alternative uses. The qualitative assessment addresses such factors as and components including location, context, parcel fabric and characteristics, compatibility, suitability of use, potential conflicts, site neighborhood and area integration and synergies, and also opportunity to accommodate growth in a manner to support a balanced and complete community and enhance the existing planning framework. On August 17th, staff presented draft findings and recommendations of the LNA at an open house at the Engage SDC platform. Staff also held individual sessions with all stakeholders requesting conversion. Draft recommendations at that time include designating 6 employment areas and supporting 2 of the employment land conversion requests. However, shortly after the open house on August 28th, the province enacted Amendment 1 to the Place to Grow Plan. Amendment 1 revised growth forecasts for regional municipalities across the Greater Golden Horseshoe and extended the planning time horizon from 2041 to 2051. Amendment 1 requires staff to reassess the draft findings and recommendations of the LNA with respect to the designation of the 6 employment areas. The revised Amendment 1 forecast indicates a shift towards greater need to accommodate population-related and office jobs, and while still very important, a lesser need for accommodation of employment land and employment jobs. In turn, this represents less need for vacant lands to be protected in employment areas, and as such, the potential to convert additional employment lands for alternative uses than was originally contemplated. The region, through their MCR process, has not yet had the opportunity to fully evaluate potential impacts of the revised growth forecast. As such, staff are recommending that a portion of lands included in one of the 6 employment areas be held in abeyance under a special study area designation and to permit future development for alternative uses in the event that these lands are not required to be retained in an employment area by the region, who is the final approval authority for a local official plan amendment. Based on the quantitative and qualitative assessment of the LNA and in view of the Amendment 1 growth forecast, staff provide the following recommendations for amendment to the official plan. Number 1, to designate 6 employment areas within the municipality for long-term protection of employment lands and job opportunities. These areas are identified as 1 to 6 on the map. They currently contain viable occupied employment lands and uses, provide adequate vacant employment lands to accommodate the growth forecast, are all located adjacent to either the QEW, Welland Canal, or within the GO Transit Station secondary plan area, and in the opinion of staff, are the most suitable and appropriate locations within the municipality for designation of employment areas. Recommendation number 2, to designate area 7 on the map as a special study area to permit future development for alternative uses, providing a mixed and range of new housing opportunities of vacant lands, together with population-related and office jobs. These lands were originally included within employment area 6 identified on the map. The site comprises approximately 31 hectares of land located within the GO Transit Station secondary plan area. The lands are to be developed under a comprehensive secondary plan with minimum density standards established and as identified in the proposed official plan amendment. Housing is to be developed at a minimum density of 25 dwelling units per hectare. This reflects the current medium density residential standard in the city's zoning bylaw and would generate approximately 780 new dwelling units and accommodation for approximately 1,800 new residents. The lands would also be developed to accommodate a mix of population-related and office jobs at a density of 48 units per hectare, generating approximately 1,500 new jobs on the lands and equivalent to the number of employment jobs originally allocated to this site as part of its inclusion in employment area 6. Recommendation number 3, to redesignate the lands at 282 and 285 Ontario Street from a general employment designation to mixed use. This recommendation provides for redevelopment of a large existing brownfield site in the middle of the city, supported by a provincial brownfield redevelopment policy, and provides a unique opportunity for redevelopment on a large tract of inner-city vacant lands to accommodate for future mixed-use development, providing housing and jobs. It supports opportunity for compatible development with adjacent residential neighborhoods, transit-supported development, efficient use of lands and services, synergy with the city's major open space network, integration with commercial lands to the north, and gateway opportunities and close walkable connectivity to the downtown and related commercial, employment, recreation, and community facilities. Although the site is contaminated and remediation likely will influence the site-specific placement and configuration of new uses, the site will be planned through a comprehensive secondary plan exercise and may generate a mixed and range of housing types supporting upwards of 900 new dwelling units and accommodation for 2,000 new residents. Recommendation number 4 is to redesignate the NHS hospital lands on 4th Avenue from employment to institutional. This is more an administrative change. Although the hospital is a significant employment generator, the institutional designation better reflects the existing use of the lands and supports the continuation of uses to serve the community at large. Recommendation 5 is to designate the lands on a 4th Avenue immediately west of the NHS hospital site from employment to mixed use. This recommendation is brought forward to facilitate development for long-term care and assisted living facilities on the site. This is a compatible use with the adjacent hospital, which already permits long-term care and supports an emerging housing need for aging demographic of this community. And it's a significant employment generator as well. Recommendation number 6 is to redesignate the Brock University lands and adjacent properties from employment to institutional. Much the same as the NH hospital site, this is more an administrative change. Although a significant employment generator again, the institutional designation better reflects the existing use of the lands and supports the continuation of their uses. This change also was made to support future redevelopment in alignment with the Brock District Plan recently approved by the region of Niagara in 2019. And the last recommendation does not affect a change to the city's land use structure, but reflects a policy alignment to increase permitted ancillary retail and service commercial uses on employment sites in order to provide greater flexibility for employment-based uses. And in addition, to provide greater opportunities for regional destination retail warehouse uses along the QEW corridor in the area identified as map number 7, area as identified in number 7 on the map. In summary, the map on the screen shows the realigned land use structure for this city proposed through the official plan amendment. It includes designation of 6 employment areas to accommodate and protect for future employment jobs over the long term. It supports conversion of approximately 61 hectares of employment lands to support the development of approximately 2,300 new dwelling units on vacant lands and accommodation for 4,600 new residents. The proposed official plan realigns the land use structure to support and facilitate the growth forecast, provides a balance to support opportunities for all users, and in the opinion of staff, conforms with and enhances the land use planning framework established through provincial policy. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you. I'm sorry they couldn't hear all of it, but that's.
Thank you, Mr. Bellows. And no, we were able to hear it. It was just there was some static in between, but you took us through a very comprehensive report that has a lot of technical detail to it. And I just want to say thank you for what you've been working on for the last number of months, if not for the greater part of last year. You have put a lot of thought into this document that's in front of us, and it speaks to your experience as a planner, and you have many years of experience. And I would dare say that the official plan itself is a creation under which Mr. Bellows was the architect. So being able to fit this into something that Mr. Bellows has already created really does, I think, complement what we've done here at the City of St. Catharines. So we do have a number of speakers. The first 2 speakers are speaking on the same subject matter, which is a specific area in the city. So I'm going to ask we have Miss Julia Redfern to present, as well as John Aarons, who will be presenting after Julia. And what I would like is we'll allow those 2 presentations to take place. Then we'll take questions from either or so that they can be both on the screen at the same time. I think that'd be the most effective way to approach this. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Redfern, and the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Julia Redfern, and I'm a
Just want your volume's not up. I just want to make sure that we don't hit the same problem that we have. Can we do a volume check, Evan? It's from my end, it's very weak right now.
Yeah, on my end is to Mr. Mayor. Julia, can you just maybe speak the first couple of lines of your presentation just to test your audio?
Good evening. My name is Julia Redfern.
Yeah,
Too quiet? Okay.
Yeah, it's very quiet.
Let me try to take out my speakers. Maybe that'll help. How's that?
Better?
It's better. It's still a bit faint, so you might just want to make certain that you speak loudly.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Julia Redfern, and I'm a planner with IBI Group, the agent on behalf of Timberley Glen Development. I'm going to provide you with a brief overview of Study Area 1 in the city's land use assessment, commonly referred to as Port Weller East. Next slide. Just to give you a brief overview of our client's development background, Timberley Glen Development has been active throughout the Niagara region since 1989. They are land developers and have worked with a range of home builders throughout the region to create residential and commercial developments. A description of representative projects was emailed to the councilors yesterday evening. Next slide. Port Weller East is located at the northeast boundary of the city, bound by the Welland Canal, Lake Ontario, Reed Road, and Linwell Road. It was initially designated and zoned for employment uses due to the correlation with the Welland Canal and associated marine transport-related activities. Currently, Port Weller East is occupied with industrial, commercial, residential, recreational, and agricultural uses. Lakeshore Road runs west to east through Port Weller and is an easterly gateway to and from Niagara-on-the-Lake. Conversely, it is also a gateway into St. Catharines. It is intended to be heavily traveled by tourists of the agricultural and winery industry, facilitating active transportation in the long term. Next slide. Our client is proposing an employment conversion of 406 Lakeshore Road, which is currently a tender fruit orchard. To the west of the subject lands is the dry docks. To the north, on the opposite side of Lakeshore Road, there is a mix and range of small-scale industrial and commercial uses. And to the east and south are agricultural lands. Over the years, there have only been a few inquiries made by the employment sector to the property real estate agent. However, no offers have been made due to the lack of convenient access to the 400 series highway. Next slide. IBI Group has submitted an official plan amendment to the city respecting the entire block to address existing uses that are not functioning as employment and to permit a broader range of land uses. This proposal will be further explained by the presenter following my delegation. Just to give you an idea of what is existing on this block today, there are 3 single-family dwellings, an inactive greenhouse, and 5 commercial occupants. Next slide. The land needs assessment prepared by Hemson Consulting on behalf of the city had some key takeaways, which are that there is a changing employment environment, emerging trend of more offices, services, and population-related employment, and a knowledge-based focus on the hospital and Brock University. Next slide. The land needs assessment also found that St. Catharines is shifting away from its manufacturing past to an economic base that is more reflective of its role as a regional service center. With respect to Port Weller, for instance, the dry docks were founded in 1946 when post-war shipbuilding was very popular. Over time, the shipyard became bankrupt twice, resulting in the closure of the shipyard and loss of jobs in 2013. It is now occupied by Heddle Shipyards, a shipbuilding and repair company that is headquartered in Hamilton. Next slide. The land needs assessment also found that the economy of St. Catharines has shifted away from manufacturing and other traditional industrial activities towards a greater focus on professional and commercial services and institutional sectors. Maintaining traditional employment in Port Weller does not align with these emerging trends and shift in employment focus. Next slide. The city indicated that they want to keep Port Weller as employment because, for one, they actively promote employment lands along the canal. However, our clients' lands are not directly adjacent to the canal and as such have not attracted investors or businesses related to marine transportation uses that would need direct port access. Secondly, the city notes that the subject lands are within 9 kilometers from the airport. The distance is correct, but much the same as the canal, most industries are looking for access to major transportation infrastructure such as the 400 series highway, which Port Weller is not close to. They also find that residential would be too isolated. However, there is already an existing residential community in Port Weller East, and residential is not isolated if supporting recreational and commercial uses are also proposed to create a complete community. With respect to no transit being available, that is actually a negative characteristic for employment lands as well. Whereas a proposed mixed-use complete community would increase transit viability for all of Port Weller. Lastly, staff state that the flat topography is suitable for employment, and sure, but it is also suitable for residential, commercial, and other development. Next slide. Overall, staff concluded that of all employment lands, Port Weller is the most appropriate and suitable location for employment. We respectfully disagree. If they were, then surely they would have developed as such. But history has shown that these lands are simply not attractive for industry, and the future for Port Weller should not be locked into an outdated notion from the past. Given the changing trend to offices and more regional services, Fort Weller is not in line with that emerging trend, and saving these lands for conventional employment has proved not to be successful. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Redfern. And then we'll be joined by Mr. John Ahrens. Then we'll take questions from both the presenters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I trust you can hear me okay. We all seem to be having some technical issues. If I could have the next slide, please. So Julia has just provided you with an overview of the changing employment market facing this city. And I would like to present our client's alternative development vision for these lands identified as Port Weller Estates. Next slide, please. This is an overall concept for the entire block. It includes our client's lands, and as a planner, we also include the abutting lands. First and foremost, we have a linear landscape buffer along the entire flankage of the Seaway Hall route as a buffer and a trail connection to the development, and providing a buffer from the dry docks and other industrial uses to the west. We have commercial and mixed use development along Lakeshore Road. We have on the interior a block of land intended for seniors housing and assisted living. We have apartment buildings, we have townhouses, we have singles, we have semis being proposed, and all combined with a centrally located neighborhood park together with trails and walkways. Next slide, please. This is just a quick overview of the various land use categories that are proposed, and in total this property and block encompass some 22 hectares. Next slide. Now, we've prepared a number of supporting studies. As Julia indicated, we've submitted an official plan amendment to redesignate these lands, and all of the technical support studies support the proposed residential development concept. And if I could have the next slide. This is a rendering of the development showing the built form potentially that our client is proposing. Again, the open space and trail network along the Seaway Hall route, and the higher density, then transitioning to lower density to the interior, all centered around a neighborhood park. Now, when you see this concept, you're probably asking the very important question, how is it that we can have residential development in close proximity to the dry dock area and the heavy industrial use? Next slide. And land use compatibility is specifically being addressed through two important measures. The first is urban design. And you can see the apartment buildings proposed along the Seaway Hall route all have a narrow corridor facing the industrial area. And this is done, narrower apartments are lined up to address compatibility. Next slide, please. This is a conventional apartment building where we have a central hallway, and along both sides of the hallway, we have apartment units facing two opposite directions. So this is the conventional apartment development. And the next slide. This is what's known as a single loaded building, where we have a hallway and the units are only facing along one side. And you can see by this slide, the noise source is identified as directly abutting that hallway area and not the units. So the hallway in effect creates an interior buffer to protect the units from the noise source. Next slide. We've successfully used this design concept in Grimsby right along the Queen Elizabeth Highway. And this is a slide showing the Waterview condominiums in Grimsby with the narrow portion of the building along the Queen Elizabeth Highway. We've also used it on Aqua Blue and Aqua Azul, two projects that we completed for Mr. DeSantis. And in addition, we're also doing a similar development in downtown Georgetown next to the GO station. Now, in addition to the urban design elements, we're also utilizing NPC 300, which is a Ministry of Environment noise guideline that allows mitigation at the sensitive use so that existing industries are not impacted and can continue to operate without being required to provide any mitigation. So it's a combination of urban design and NPC 300 that'll be applicable in this instance to create that compatibility. Next slide, please. So what is being proposed here is really a complete community, including a full range of housing types, from single, semis, townhouses, apartments, seniors, and assisted living. And by our estimates, we have just over 1,080 dwelling units as a complete community. Next slide. Now, our client is well aware of the affordable housing need facing Niagara region. And in fact, he already has a relationship with Habitat for Humanity and has dedicated a lot to them in the town of Grimsby, which is now the home of a single dwelling. For the Port Weller lands, we have a memorandum of understanding with Niagara Habitat. And in fact, our client will be donating 10 townhouse lots to Habitat to build for their sponsored families. In addition, in September, we initiated discussions with Niagara Regional Housing staff, and our client is also prepared to donate an apartment block or a townhouse block to Niagara Regional Housing to accommodate additional affordable housing. It's our understanding that a report will be presented to the Housing Board in January to deal with this donation request. So Port Weller Estates includes a full range of housing, including affordable housing. Next slide. A complete community includes trails, walkways, open space, and connections. And again, that will be provided. Next slide. The complete community proposes mixed use and commercial development, as I indicated, along Lakeshore Road, so that residents will have shopping and amenities available and service commercial. Next slide. So where we are today is that you've conducted your land needs assessment and you've determined that there's only 30 hectares of surplus vacant employment lands that could be converted. We'd like to suggest that there's an opportunity to seek more by simply adjusting the land needs assessment allocation that's been provided by the region. If you reduce the number of jobs being required, you can actually increase the amount of potential conversion. Port Weller has been underutilized. It hasn't received any interest from the employment sector, yet it's a prime gateway location both to and from Niagara-on-the-Lake, and it's currently designated employment. Next slide. Your staff report also concludes that maintaining Port Weller for employment has no direct financial impact. However, there is significant lost revenue if this property remains vacant and underutilized. There's over $10 million in regional development charges and over $1.8 million in annual tax income that would be not available should these lands remain vacant and not developed. The lost revenue from 1,081 dwelling units is also significant. Next slide, please. So we're here today to ask Council that of the 30-hectare surplus vacant employment lands, that Port Weller be included as part of that conversion request. While the slide shows a second alternative, the special policy area approach, in hindsight, we really don't think that that's an appropriate consideration because it still requires the need to include employment. Next slide, please. That basically concludes my presentation and Julia's presentation as well. Mary Lou Tanner is also part of our development team, and I know you've scheduled her for 2 or 3 speakers down, and I'm just wondering, Mr. Mayor, if it might be possible that she could move up because she's actually providing the summary arguments in favor of Port Weller, and it would be fitting for Council to hear those at the same time.
Okay, we could do that, and I'll have to ask Ms. Tanner how many clients she's representing because there might be some confusion here. So, Ms. Tanner, how many clients are you representing on this call?
Thank you, Mayor Senzik. I am representing 2 clients.
Okay, so was that noted when you had made your delegation presentation? So
Yes.
right now you're speaking. So are you speaking you're taking up time because that means you haven't put your name forward for this one, or did you put your name forward for the other, or were you planning on doing 2 presentations combining both clients?
So, Mr. Mayor, I had indicated to the staff in the clerk's office that I was representing 2 clients and was advised just as this meeting was getting underway that I'd be provided 5 minutes to speak to both clients. So I'll put myself in your hands and the clerk's hands as to the best way to proceed.
Okay, I'll look at the clerk in terms of how we have the speaking list. Is enough information shared that we can have Ms. Tanner join the other 2 presenters right now? And if there's questions of council, they can ask the questions. How do you want to proceed? Because this is creating some confusion.
I would think that Miss Tanner is doing the completion of this one. Is that correct? We received an email from her just momentarily or a while ago. So I think to complete this, the IBI group, I think we should put her there.
Okay.
I'm not sure about the second half. Sorry.
Okay, Ms. Tanner, I'm going to give you like 3 minutes to wrap up here. And then you can, if there's any follow-up questions, you can draw out some from the questions. You may be able to draw out some further information. So I'll turn it over to you for about 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Sendzik. I appreciate this. So my perspective on this and what I bring to this conversation about the Port Weller lands is my experience as former chief planner for Niagara Region, the city of Burlington, and current work that I'm doing on employment lands as a consultant in Niagara and across Ontario. The nature of employment planning in Ontario is changing, and it's even changed this year, as was noted in your staff presentation with Amendment 1 to the growth plan and the implications for the analysis that the staff have done today. But we're in a situation more broadly where we're seeing that population growth in Ontario is driving job growth, and our population growth is largely from immigration. And what that means is the knowledge economy that's identified in the staff report, the growth in office and jobs, and how that is going to play out is what we are dealing with related to the Port Weller lands. You heard from Ms. Redfern that the lands are less competitive for employment purposes, for the employment type of transportation, warehousing, manufacturing, and those types of uses. And in fact, the real estate professionals working on this site have not been able to secure an employment type use. So what we're dealing with is needing to attract population to attract jobs. And that population comes through a mixed use designation, bringing housing to the area in a mix of forms and providing a range of opportunities and the affordability scale, which will bring the population related and office jobs that has been identified in the staff report for this particular area. It will be a gateway, as you've heard, and one of the challenges with this site for employment purposes is the distance to the 400 series highways and going through either farm country or through residential neighborhoods, including parks and institutional uses on the west side of the Welland Canal. It's important to understand that there's an opportunity here to think about these lands as both jobs and housing, and our request to you tonight is to consider it that way. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And sorry, Ms. Tanner, for that. Just trying to make sure that we have the proper speaker list moving forward. So my apologies for trying to fit everybody in.
No need to apologize. I appreciate your patience and your courtesy.
No problem. We have so Ms. Tanner, Ms. Redfern, and Mr. Aaron. So the 3 of them will be available for council. We have Councillor Townsend. You're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question to the presenters is, we obviously have a shipyard that is there and it is expanding. They're busy, they're getting busier and busier. So my concern here is I keep hearing that there's been a try from real estate agents to attract manufacturing and employment. It seems like that is happening, but you're saying the opposite. I'm wondering if you could just touch on, have you had conversations with the company that does reside right behind where this development would take place?
Through the mayor, I can answer that. And I believe our client has had a real estate agent discuss the development scheme with the Port Weller Dry Dock owners. There was some thoughts when it was owned by Mr. Fox, the land to the south, that perhaps some of his land could have been included within a conversion request. That was not followed through. But other than that, sir, there's been no direct contact other than we've hired experts to deal with the compatibility aspects, and they're satisfied that both the residential and the dry docks can coexist in harmony with each other.
Thank you for the answer. Follow-up question, Mr. Mayor, through Mr. Mayor. My question is, there's going to be seniors and assisted living in this location. Now, I've had the opportunity to be at the ones that were built in Grimsby off the highway, and no matter how you build, you're still going to be able to hear loud traffic off the highway. My concern is with the dry docks being right in that location. Is that going to be an actual good spot for seniors to live, considering how much noise will definitely occur from the dry docks?
Through the mayor again, our consultants and our studies have confirmed that from a noise perspective, that single loaded corridor effectively creates a 6 to 7 story noise wall directly abutting the heavy industrial area, and as such will be a significant noise abatement feature that will minimize as much of that noise as possible.
So I guess my concern is the one in Grimsby. I mean, it has the same. It's going to be the same sound wall, like similar to the one that was built in Grimsby. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, yes, sir, it is. The difference here, of course, is that in Grimsby, it's a constant noise, that constant drone from the highway, whereas a stationary noise source like a dry dock or an outdoor operation is a little bit more sporadic and it's less intense. It's not that constant noise source. So they're slightly different, but from an urban design perspective, this is an appropriate technique. We've actually created a 10-story student apartment building in Hamilton, right next door to a large factory that was 365, 7 days a week. And through NPC 300 and through the single loaded corridor, we were able to achieve compatibility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Porter, you're next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters. This is one of our council's major decisions, probably in this term of council. It's a huge decision that we have, and a big, well thought out staff report in front of us today. And there are a lot of interest at the table and a lot of speakers, and a lot of people have come forward who want to put, who are requesting that their lands be rezoned. So what is the primary motivation for the landowner or your client in this case? What is bringing all of these landowners to the table tonight? I think it was touched on a little bit by Mary Lou Tanner, but what is motivating a change in rezoning? Why is it so important?
I think I could answer that as well. The key factor driving this is that from a land use perspective, these are not employment lands anymore. They've been vacant, underutilized for so many years, and they're not viable. They're not attractive to industry. So there's a great opportunity here to redevelop them and create a new community. I mentioned the number of dwelling units that are being proposed. It's just the driving factor for our client is the ability to create a new neighborhood here as a gateway to the city of St. Catharines.
Sure. And is it fair to say that a rezoning would radically change the value of the property?
So through the chair, residential land is urban land, just the same as employment land is urban land. It comes down to marketability, and the fact that these lands are not really marketable for employment, they would be obviously more marketable for a complete residential development. So the value would go up, but again, it's urban serviced land, and that has a certain base value to begin with.
Sure. I appreciate your mention of affordable housing. So you were coming to council in November, but you just had a discussion with NAG Regional Housing in September, about a month before coming to this council meeting. So is it fair to say those are very preliminary discussions?
Through the chair, yeah, we approached Niagara Regional Housing on September. So that's almost October, November, 2 months ago. The staff were very receptive to the idea and are now seeking board direction as to how to react to this offer. So it's been ongoing since September.
So in the grand scheme of this planning process for this site, when did you start the planning process and come up with this design?
Through the chair, I think we've been working on this site for about 6 or 8 months now.
Okay. So it was just in the last month that affordable housing has come up. And I guess my last question is for Mary Lou Tanner. The city of St. Catharines has declared a climate emergency. This site, the proposal is quite far away from transit. And you're a planner who's worked for municipalities. How could you sell us on the fact that this plan for subdivision would be good for our future city building initiatives in terms of building transit-friendly, dense neighborhoods? I noticed there was a lot of low-density development here, and it's quite far away from transit. Can you give me your perspective on this?
Thank you, Councillor. I'd be happy to. So Port Weller community is already a mixed community and it has lower density housing. So part of addressing the climate emergency is providing a range of housing choices, as well as providing additional park and open space, and doing so in a way that manages the infrastructure and the resources. It is further away from transit. It is not further away from active transportation. And that provides opportunities for people to get to transit locations, whether walking or cycling. I think the other point of this as well is land is finite, and with the planning framework we have that Mr. Bellows spoke of, we are now in a situation where urban boundaries are fixed, more fixed than they've ever been in Ontario. So making wise decisions about how land will develop becomes truly important. And if these lands are not going to be able to compete in the market for true employment purposes, then in order to achieve city building goals of attracting jobs through population growth, there needs to be some thinking about using housing as the attractor to bring jobs, more jobs to this area. Otherwise, the lands will unfortunately, in all likelihood, remain vacant. So the choice is really between a mixed use community or seeing the lands remain vacant and the other city building goals not being achieved.
Sure. So I just want to wrap up with a final question. So Premier Doug Ford was here on November 18th in congratulating Heddle Shipyards on a long-term contract, and their Heddle Shipyards is potentially going after some more federal contracts to build more shipyards. And you have not talked to Heddle Shipyards at all about their future plans, from what I hear.
So through the chair, Heddle Shipyards can continue, the ship repair, the shipbuilding, without any conflict with the residential development if we design it properly and if we apply the Ministry of Environment NPC 300. NPC 300 allows an industry to coexist and continue without having to mitigate because of a sensitive land use. It allows the mitigation at the residential part rather than at the industry. So by mitigating noise and odors and dust at the residential end, the industry is unaffected and the industry can continue to exist even in proximity to residential development.
Yes, as planners though, as a city councillor, I'm thinking about expansion of the shipyards. I'm thinking about other industries that could come and set up near the shipyards for various reasons. There's a potential opportunity for growth. I guess that's my concern of why you haven't spoken to Heddle Shipyards about any possible future expansion. And to me, that could potentially mean limiting jobs and very good jobs.
Okay.
I don't know if that was a question, but I guess I'll finish at that. We've got a long meeting ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Many of the questions that I had have been answered. through the presentation. However, I'll just ask a few more. You said in your to any one of the presenters, you mentioned that there would also be a parkland, should it be the will of this council, at some future date to ever approve this, and I don't know if that will happen. Is there some parkland dedication in your project, in your proposal as well to the city of St. Catharines?
Through the mayor, yes, sir. The development concept includes a central neighborhood park together with trails and walkways connecting that. We also have a linear open space area along the Seaway Hall route. And I think the total open space component is about 7 or 8%, whereas in a typical subdivision, the minimum requirement is 5%.
Okay, one of the issues that was brought up was the fact that the city would have to maintain a case scenario was that the city would have to maintain this parkland. How would you suggest that that would be paid for if you were to dedicate this? And this is just a case scenario.
So through the mayor, typically a developer of a subdivision is required to not only dedicate land, but also to, build and provide park facilities and the trails and the walkways. So the initial costs are clearly paid for by the development. And then of course, as time progresses, there's over 1,000 dwelling units potential on this property who are all paying, I think my slide showed $1.8 million in assessment. And surely that tax money would be used to offset the cost of any park maintenance.
And Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, what would the cost, what's the value of this project approximately?
I think all told, it's well over $250 million in service and construction jobs and building.
You're aware that there are thousands of people that live on the north side in the north quadrant from where your proposal is, and there isn't any transit. Would you say it's a fair statement that should it be the will of this council, or at some point in time, if there ever is a development, your development comes to fruition, that those additional 1,000 units would actually make a very strong case for the city and or the region or whoever the service provider happens to be at that time to have a route come out to Port Weller?
Sir, through the mayor again, I think it goes without saying that when residential development occurs, there is enhanced demand for transit. And as Mary Lou indicated, this site is very proximate. Active transportation already provides a lot of connections to existing transit routes, but certainly 1,000 dwelling units and 3 persons per unit, that's 3,000 people, be significant additional demand for transit.
And Mr. Mayor, I believe that Ms. Redfern mentioned early in her presentation that that property has been for sale. So my question is, how long have you been trying to sell the property? How long has it been for sale? And well, obviously, have you been trying to sell the property? I guess the two go hand in hand.
So,
Can you tell us that?
Counselor, I'm just, the owners of the property aren't on the call right now. So
Okay.
Let's not, you can answer the question, folks, but let's keep this to employment lands and the reason for conversion, not about price points. If you don't have the answer, I'm just saying. If you
well, it's just, Mr. Mayor, it's just trying to go to the fact that they have been trying to sell the property and there hasn't been an interest.
That doesn't mean more conversion. So do you have the answers, folks? If not, don't try and answer it. If you're not the owners, don't try and answer it. Okay, next question.
Okay. Well, I'll save my comments for a little bit later on with that part of it. So, okay, the staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor, my questions for the presenters. The staff recommendation is suggesting that certain employment land areas have to be protected. Okay, and staff are suggesting that your quadrant, your piece of property is that protected area. How can you respond to that? And what would you say to that? And that would be my first, Mr. Mayor. The question is to Mary Lou Tanner, and then to Mr. Arians or Ms. Redfern, please. That's my last question.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mayor Senzik. There's a number of factors that lead us to the conclusion that the almost 900 jobs in the staff report that are employment area jobs will not materialize here. The length of time the land has been vacant with no development occurring, the information about the competitiveness or lack of competitiveness of the lands, the distance to the 400 series highways, and the routes that need to be taken in order to get to those highways, whether it's through the residential neighborhoods in St. Catharines or the country roads in Niagara on the Lake. When you put all of these factors together and then you look at the broader land market where employment type jobs are going, they are going very close to 400 series highways. They need superior road access, at least 4-lane access, and they need the ability for just-in-time delivery in and out to occur without being a nuisance neighbor going through neighborhoods or being caught on country roads. So the sum of all of this together leads us to the conclusion that the employment area jobs will not be coming to this particular location. It just doesn't have the competitive advantage that it needs. And in order to see the population related and in office jobs that are identified in your staff report, it is the residential that is going to drive that by and large, because population growth drives job growth.
Okay, it's fine. Thank you to the presenters. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters. In his presentation, our lead planner, Mr. Bellows, mentioned once, if not 6 times, about our world-class agricultural lands. You're describing the lands as they sit now, which are agricultural food-producing lands, as vacant or underutilized. I just wonder, one land use planner is talking about them as world-class agricultural lands, and you're talking about them as vacant or underutilized. I just wonder if you could respond to that.
Certainly, through the mayor, I can answer that. And sir, the fact that these lands are used for agricultural purposes just reflects the existing use. They are in fact employment lands. They are designated for employment purposes. These are not agricultural lands. They're not part of the green belt. They're not meant to be protected for agriculture. So from that standpoint, the agricultural use is an existing historic use.
Yeah, it's one that some of us like. So to that end, you've talked about buffers on the Port Weller dry docks or Heddle dry dock side. Which type of land use will create less pressure for further suburban sprawl into agricultural tender fruit land onto our sandy loam soil in this great microclimate that we have here in Niagara? Would it be what you're proposing, residential, which would seem to me to lead to more pressure for residential, or for the use that our staff is recommending in employment lands?
I can suggest, sir, that whether these lands are employment or whether these lands are residential, the city of St. Catharines has fixed urban boundaries. And you have a hard edge now between your urban areas and your tender fruit soils. And whether it's employment or residential, in my respectful opinion, doesn't really make a difference as far as pressures for further expansions, because those pressures exist regardless, but notwithstanding, you do have firm urban boundaries today.
Thank you. I've been on this council for quite some time, and they don't seem that firm. Were you aware that they've been expanded a number of times the last 20, 25 years?
Yes, sir, I am aware. And you know, again, it's the province that allocates growth to the region. The regions allocate growth to the area municipalities. And if you decide, sir, that you don't want this much population or that much employment, you can say so, and the region, you know, would have to abide by that. Ultimately, it's your decision.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Littleton, I believe you're the last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters, I just wanted to ask, as you've noted, we have hard boundaries for our city. We are landlocked essentially, and so any development really needs to be encouraged as density. So I was very surprised to see any discussions of single family homes. Why would you suggest such a use for those lands?
So through the mayor, as my slides have indicated, we have a development with a full range of housing, apartments, seniors, singles, semis, townhouses. The vast majority of this property will in fact be apartments and townhouses. So medium density is the predominant landform. The low density is there to provide a complete community. I think there are only like 85 low density units out of the 1,080 units being proposed.
You mentioned the seniors, and I did want to go. My colleague, Councillor Townsend, was asking about this. I think, you know, I'm just going to go out on a limb here that where you're proposed is probably the furthest point from the hospital as it exists right now. You've noted a number of times that this development is nowhere near the 406, which is your argument for its viability as non-employment lands. So if I'm a senior, would I really want to live that far from the hospital, for example? If there's something that happens and I need an ambulance and the bridge is up, I might be in trouble. So how realistic is a seniors community going to be in that location?
So through the mayor, I think that it is indeed a realistic option when you consider one of our last projects was in the town of Lincoln when we redeveloped the Lincoln Fairgrounds right downtown Lincoln. And one of the blocks of land is now under construction with a 7-story, about 120 suite seniors apartment building, not anywhere near the West Lincoln Hospital in Grimsby. Similarly, along the Queen Elizabeth Highway in Stony Creek area, we developed a project called Seasons, which is a nursing home with a 10-story seniors apartment. Again, nowhere near a hospital. It's the overall amenities that attract the seniors development like this, and we feel we have those site amenities here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I think that's it for the presentations. Thank you very much to the 3 presenters who have spoken. I'll now call on Mr. Mark Carl, who again will be speaking. Hello, Mr. Carl.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I want to, first of all, just thank you for having myself as a representative for Habitat for Humanity Niagara here in front of your council, and it's great to be here. And as you're, you know, twofold, I'll just make my presentation up front. First of all, to talk about, you know, the difficult decision that you have about converting employable lands to resident to all other uses. And Habitat would just like to speak on behalf of individuals in Niagara needing affordable housing. And then I'll also be speaking about, as you are aware from the previous presentation, the IBI group, there is a memorandum of understanding, just speaking in support. So I'll make it real quick and then take some questions because you have a long meeting. So I want to commend yourself, Mr. Mayor, and your council and the councillors here. City of St. Catharines has put at the forefront affordable housing. It's not a question that that this city and this municipality, with all your leadership, has certainly encouraged affordable housing, has made every opportunity of affordable housing possible. I would just encourage on a broader scope, as you look at all these lands and the difficult decision, that you make sure that you include, and I'm not saying it has to be Habitat, it can be any of the affordable housing providers in St. Catharines or Niagara. You make sure that you include parcels of that land for the citizens of Niagara who need affordable housing. And you know, we all enjoy real estate prices going up if you own a home, but if you're challenged with affordability, obviously I don't need to tell this council, I don't need to tell citizens how difficult that can be. And how much need is for affordable housing in Niagara. So as I encourage, as you look at this difficult decision, and I do know as a councillor, these are difficult decisions when you have to make it, but you make sure that in any of the lands that you're looking at converting from employment lands to a mixed use or any other options, you look at affordable housing. I will just speak quickly. We have a long history, Habitat for Humanity Niagara. For us, a challenge is getting land. It's no secret, we build houses. We're moving into townhouses and condos as building instead of singles family houses. One of the things that we have to do is work with developers to get land. Land is not readily available everywhere. So a proposal such as the Port Weller, we've worked with this developer before in the past. This developer has offered to donate land. So of course that would be in our interest to help, especially 10 families in Niagara could have housing and affordable home ownership and get a hand up in improving their life. So of course we would be in support of that. We'd be in support of any developers that are willing to work with us on affordable housing. So I just want to talk about, just so you're aware, just on our level of habitat, we take anywhere between 60, 75, 100 applications a year for homes. And I will say over 50%, 60% would choose to live in St. Catharines. That would be their first choice. Many of our residents, many of our homeowners and families that we serve with children usually work in the service industry, usually work jobs, whether it be retail, service, food service jobs, delivery jobs. Many of our families, that's kind of the demographic. So certainly, they're an important part of our community, important part of helping with the health and well-being and the employment of our community. One thing that was mentioned as well, I want to cover off, lack of transportation of the Port Weller area. We build a lot of homes and stuff in communities and areas where transportation can be an issue. We just make sure that we match the proper families who are generally working, have transportation, and need affordable housing. It would just be upon affordable housing providers to make sure that we ensure that the right residents are living in that area and that community. So I just want to say that it's close to schools, shopping areas, and that's one of the reasons why, because St. Catharines has all the amenities that we have a great deal of interest in St. Catharines. And when I say that, the 100, 60 to 100 applications, those are people who kind of qualify, could have home ownership in Niagara. And those are the ones that we do see about 50 to 60% choose St. Catharines as their first choice of place. So we are, of course, for obvious reasons of the land donation, we are in favor and supportive of the proposal for the Port Weller. But I guess I'll just wrap up with saying I commend the City of St. Catharines and Council for looking at all the lands and looking at all the options and always including affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carl, and thank you for your work that you do at Habitat for Humanity. It's an organization that I speak and think very highly of, and you're doing a great job under the leadership there. So keep up the great work. I got Councillor Sorrento for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Carl. Sir, when was the last time you were offered 10 housing units or Habitat for Humanity?
Thank you.
One time.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I've been here 2.5 years in this position. I have not been offered this large of a land donation. I've been offered a very small single family. We had to go for minor variances to get a single house on it. But to answer your question, I've not been offered a donation of this size.
And Mr. Mayor, final question to Mr. Carl. How many people's lives, how many families' lives who are in need and suffering and do not have a house would this affect, should it be the will of this council at some future point or the will of regional council? Can you give us the number, please, Mr. Carl?
Sure, through you. Oh, no problem. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I would have to take an estimate if it was 10 townhouses that we could fit. We could look at stacked condos as well or something like that. But if it was just 10 townhouses, we have an average 4 to 5 individuals that live in a house. So we'd be looking anywhere between 40 to 50 individuals. Some houses have more children, as you know. And so we could be looking anywhere between, just a rough estimate, 40 to say 50, 60 people.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Carl. Thank you for your presentation. And like the mayor, of course, I'm a strong supporter of what you do and appreciate it very much. My question is, this particular proposal in Port Weller East, they obviously have developed a plan that part of that they include a donation to you. Are you aware if any of the other large parcels of land that staff is recommending for conversion would be involved with affordable housing and or donating land to Habitat?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Councillor, for the question and your support. No, nobody has contacted me, so I'm unaware of any other opportunities.
Thank you. So this is the only one that has contacted you, but it's possible the others hopefully would help as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know councils in St. Catharines has always been supportive, so any help Habitat can get would be great.
I appreciate that. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Carl. I look forward to seeing you as we go.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Next, we have Mr. Ted Kirkpatrick from Heddle Marine Shipyards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me all right? Very good. My name is Ted Kirkpatrick. I'm the Director of Business Development and Government Relations for Heddle Shipyards, the current operator of the Port Weller Dry Docks. On behalf of Heddle Shipyards, I'd like to speak with you this evening to support the recommendation that the property east of Welland Canal and south of Lakeshore Road, identified as Area 1, be designated as employment areas. Located on the Welland Canal, a federally recognized strategic national corridor, the Port Weller Dry Docks are a critical piece of federal infrastructure engaged in the business of ship repair and construction. Heddle Shipyards provides critical services to the Canadian Coast Guard, Royal Canadian Navy, as well as the major Canadian commercial ship operators. Heddle Shipyards is the largest Canadian ship repair company on the Great Lakes, with facilities across Ontario, and our operations are rapidly growing. Last winter, Heddle Shipyards exceeded the 300 employee threshold, with over 200 of those jobs at the Port Weller Dry Docks. This winter, Port Weller will be equally busy, with 3 large commercial vessels scheduled for dry docking beginning in late December. As a heavy industrial facility engaged in the business of ship repair and construction, our primary concern is the timely redelivery of our clients' vessels, and as such, our facilities often operate 24 hours a day. Specifically in the months from January to March, the Port Weller Dry Docks operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. While Heddle is conscious of our neighbors and our obligation to conduct business without adverse effects on the surrounding community, many of our activities are inherently noisy and would likely be perceived as disruptive to occupants of residential dwellings in close proximity to our facilities. Our facilities rely on a variety of heavy equipment such as forklifts, cranes, generators, air compressors, all of which are in various stages of operation over any given 24-hour period. Any restriction in our ability to conduct business as a result of residential dwellings in close proximity would not only negatively impact our ability to serve our clients, but hinder our efficacy as an employment provider in the Niagara region. In addition to ship repair and construction, Heddle Shipyards, in partnership with Stubby Cement, are actively pursuing opportunities to use a portion of the Port Weller Dry Docks as a bulk and break bulk cargo terminal. These opportunities include the installation of a cement storage and distribution facility, as well as the handling and storage of various other bulk and break bulk cargoes. Cargo operations and the infrastructure required to accommodate them has the potential to create additional near and long-term employment at the Port Weller Dry Docks. Much like ship repair and construction, cargo operations are necessarily a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week activity. The ability to provide round-the-clock service is paramount to the success of any cargo terminal. Without it, ship owners and charterers will simply take their cargoes elsewhere. Furthermore, as cargo operations are expected to increase over the coming years, the land available to us at the Port Weller Dry Docks will simply not be sufficient to accommodate increased volumes of cargo. Subsequently, Heddle and its partners would look to the adjacent lands east of Seaway Haulage Road for expansion to accommodate both increased ship repair, construction, and cargo operation activities. Without the availability of these employment lands, Heddle and its partners would be limited in our ability to expand beyond the current property configuration. Over the past 2 years, Heddle has made significant inroads in bringing national recognition to our Ontario shipyards with your support and help. Our announcement earlier this month of a long-term master service agreement with Seaspan Shipyards for the fabrication of tertiary steel components and larger ship modules is testament to that point. The decades-long agreement will see Heddle Shipyards fabricate tens of millions of dollars worth of ship components and create new, high-paying jobs across Ontario. While still in its infancy, this agreement provides the framework and the confidence for Heddle Shipyards to make sound future investments in both our facilities and in our employees. In closing, it is critical to our current and future business that the Port Weller dry docks remain unencumbered to conduct ship repair, ship construction, and cargo operations. We strongly feel that the best way to ensure this is to ensure the lands adjacent to the Port Weller dry docks are designated as employment areas. The rezoning of the land adjacent to the Port Weller dry docks to mixed-use residential will not only restrict our ability to conduct business as currently constituted, but hamper the growth of our company, the growth of the shipbuilding and construction industry in Ontario, and the employment opportunities that come with it. And thank you for your time, and I hope you take my remarks into account when you make your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkpatrick, and thank you for your leadership at Heddle. It's greatly appreciated. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Somebody touched on or mentioned service jobs earlier on in the discussion, and I know Niagara's lost a lot of manufacturing jobs. We're now mostly a service-based economy. And a lot of those folks are out of work, and I understand you hire a lot of trades. You've got, can you just describe to us the kinds of trades that you hire and where you're drawing your workforce from? And, you know, when you talk about good jobs, what do you mean by that?
So we hire all trades, predominantly welders and machinists and electricians, pipe fitters, mechanical fitters. I mean, the shipbuilding, construction, repair industry is quite a multifaceted one when it comes to trades. In terms of where we draw trades from, at this point, it can be a tough market because so many people have moved away. So trying to attract people back, but we draw from the surrounding community. You know, we do it the old-fashioned way. We just put things on social media and we do job fairs and we try to bring recognition to the fact that we are a growing company and that we are hiring. We just posted many job ads today for what is going to be a very busy winter work season. And like I said, all of these jobs, not all, but a large portion of our workforce are all skilled trades of many varieties.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. Back in the 1950s, you look at the Port Weller dry docks, who would have had about probably, I would guess, around 500 employees. You said you have 300 employees now and expanding. So first off, congratulations on the success of Heddle Marine, Heddle Shipyards. I want to ask, you've kind of touched on it. The long-term plan here is to expand and to obviously become a busier shipyard, correct?
That's correct. I mean, and that's the agreement that we signed with C-SPAN that was announced earlier this month is really the first step in that. You know, we've managed to kind of insert Heddle into the national shipbuilding strategy a little bit by signing this agreement to build components for C-SPAN. But that's the stepping stone to expansion and to hopefully ultimately build ships at Port Weller again, because there is a significant opportunity within the national shipbuilding strategy. And we strongly feel that Heddle Shipyards has the facilities and the capacity to support the national shipbuilding strategy in a much more meaningful way. And with Port Weller being the largest of our facilities, it's natural that Port Weller would really be the epicenter of that growth.
And I probably know the answer to the next question, but I'm going to put it on the table anyway for the people watching. Now, the bigger you get, the busier you get, the more space you'll need, but you'll also need to hire more people, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. I got Councillor Sorrento, looks like last questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question's for Mr. Kirkpatrick. I'll just say this. I'm very pleased that you're here in the community and very happy that you employ so many people. I know there are family members that worked there many, many decades ago, so this is a good thing. But sir, very respectfully, I have to ask you some difficult questions with your permission, please, Mr. Kirkpatrick. You'll understand, yes?
Of course.
These are difficult questions, okay. So you're talking about expanding. Did you talk to the owners of the property and express an interest in their
So that
land?
that would be a private matter between property owners, Councillor Sorrento. So I don't think it'd be an appropriate. And I'm just saying because it's between two private developers, that's not an opportunity for a.
Okay, fair enough, Mr. Mayor. So this has kind of been intimated earlier by the planners. Okay, so my read is that they have not been approached. So, okay, fair enough. I kind of went out on a limb on that one. So fair enough. That's fine. I'll give you that one. So, Mr. Kirkpatrick, when do you expect to expand? Like within the next year or 5 years? When's your timeline for this expansion? Which is a good thing for our community.
We see steady expansion over the next 5 years. Like I said, the agreement is in its infancy. There's no doubt that when Heddle Shipyards took over the Port Weller dry docks in 2017, there was 0 employees and the water was off and there was no electricity there, and we had to basically build it up from the ground up. And like I said, last year we were over 200 employees at the dry docks. And now with these agreements with C-SPAN, obviously we feel that puts us on a much stronger foundation for expansion. Can I say for certain whether I'll create 100 jobs this year? I can't tell you that for sure, but this is the best chance we have to help Ontario shipyards grow and take a meaningful part in the national shipbuilding strategy.
So, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Kirkpatrick, if you did expect to expand, okay, within the next 5 years, would you be looking at acquiring land adjacent to your property?
That is possible, especially because of the developments that are going on with the property that is immediately adjacent to the Port Weller dry docks and the new tenants that are taking that over, and the plans that they have in partnership with us to build a cement distribution facility and a break bulk cargo terminal. So that takes a piece of land that traditionally was the shipyard and moves it to a different functionality. So yes, the necessity would then be that either for cargo operations, which we were doing in partnership with Stubbies, or for our own shipbuilding and construction activities, that expansion to the east of Seaway Haulage Road would be the natural course.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Kirkpatrick, let's just do a possible case scenario here. What would happen if that property weren't available? How would that, and it could be anybody, how would that affect your expansion projections?
Okay, so I'm gonna just again, because we can't deal in hypotheticals right now, and I appreciate where you're going.
Okay.
It's just we're dealing.
Very good, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Kirkpatrick. So you mentioned a couple of times, and I've got to ask these questions. I just need answers for them, please, Mr. Kirkpatrick, respectfully. So you said that if that land gets designated as mixed use or employment lands, it would impede your operations. That land has existed next to your property for decades. How would that impede your operations or restrict your business?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's because of the nature of our operations. I mean, the shipbuilding industry, the ship repair industry, like I said before, and the cargo operation industry is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's loud. And we would anticipate that it would not be compatible with low or medium or any density housing immediately adjacent. We imagine that there would be disruption to residents living in very close proximity to the shipyard.
So, Mr. Mayor, that would be in opposition to what the planners suggested then. Would that be correct? They said that it would be compatible. Would you agree or disagree?
Sorry, is that question to me?
That's to you, Mr. Patrick, yes.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would disagree that the shipyard would be compatible with a medium density housing development in that close proximity. That's correct.
Okay, and one final question, Mr. Mayor, please. Okay, you're a business person, Mr. Kirkpatrick, yes?
That's correct.
Is that the question? That was the question.
Nope. That's an easy one.
No,
you said one final question.
Well, two. Okay. So, and I mean this respectfully, Mr. Kirkpatrick. as a business person who's invested hundreds of millions of dollars in our community, and thank you, why would you deny the opportunity of an applicant who is also a business person or a business entity the same opportunity? Why would?
So,
through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it's about denying anybody an opportunity. I think, well, one, what we're asking is only in line with the recommendation of the planning committee of the city of St. Catharines, and we feel that our business has the potential to provide a lot more longevity to jobs than just the residential development. I'm aware that would probably affect the sale of that piece of property, but we feel that our operations and the services that we provide and the jobs that we can create far outweigh that consideration.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Harris.
I just a few comments through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. Just so I'm clear, these are some easy questions. It doesn't make sense for a development to be next to heavy industry. That's what you're saying, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Okay, seeing no other further questions, I just want to say thank you again to Mr. Kirkpatrick, and I want to say thank you for your investment. And Heddle Marine is an outstanding company that just continues to grow leaps and bounds, and it's through your leadership and Sean Padulo and the group. And thank you for what you're doing. Just want to say that on behalf of council. Okay, the next presenter we have now, I believe, I'll look to our clerk. It's Miss Tanner's coming back on, specifically to talk about another project. Now, Ms. Tanner, what I'm going to say is you're going to be specific to this project. You're not going to vacillate into previous projects and questions, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mayor Senzik.
And even if there's questions of council that go back into that project, I'm going to not allow those questions, okay? Just want to be very clear.
Yes, thank you. There is a presentation and the clerk will load it for us. Thank you very much. I'm here at this point in the meeting to speak to you about properties on the east side of Martindale Road and Corporate Park Drive in St. Catharines on behalf of Rankin Construction. If you could go to the next slide, please. I'm going to show you an air photo which outlines the properties, and you can see them here in their proximity to the QEW. As I mentioned earlier, we are really in a circumstance in Ontario where population growth is driving job growth. And there's opportunities in these lands for higher density housing as part of a redevelopment of these lands, while at the same time maintaining a commitment to job growth. There's an awful lot of office here, as your staff report notes. There's some light industrial, as well as some institutional uses, and the Rankin contractor yard, which is contemplated to be relocated as part of the redevelopment of these lands. We believe there's an opportunity to connect these lands to other parts of the city further south in terms of the adjoining residential neighborhoods, the trail system, the future GO station, and the 4th Avenue lands. These lands provide an opportunity to bring jobs to this area through the redevelopment of new housing on these lands, knowing that this is an area where knowledge type jobs and those service and professional type jobs that your staff report speaks to is highly sought out. And the limited residential that we are proposing on just this part of this area of the city would provide new housing and new job growth. If you could go to the next slide, please. So a request for you tonight is to designate the lands as mixed-use development, and that we provide both jobs and housing in this area through the balance of jobs and housing and a mix of medium and high-density housing. We believe this is achievable. We believe it achieves the city's goals of providing more jobs and attracting jobs to the community. We believe it provides investment in this area. And we also believe that we can balance both jobs and housing to create a mixed-use community that is vibrant, accessible, and is one that is connected to the balance of the city in this area of the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Tanner. Now, I believe, is Tom Rankin speaking after you, and do you want to do the same thing where we'll bring Tom on, he'll do his remarks, then we'll bring you both on?
I think that's a good idea, if you're comfortable with that. Thank you.
Ms. Tanner, and we'll bring on Mr. Tom Rankin Developments, who will talk about, and then we'll have questions for both.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. To give you some background, we own 24 acres of land on Martindale Road. Rankin Construction, started 42 years ago. A few employees, we're now up to 600 employees. 2/3 of who live in Niagara. We have an office in Hamilton and one in Concord. The first land I bought was 10 acres on Martindale Road, and adjacent, just south of Barnes Wine. Barnes Wine was the only business on Martindale Road. I was the second business. Now my yard, and we've expanded over the year, and my yard is kind of an eyesore because of all the surrounding buildings that have been built, and I'm contemplating down the road moving our yard. Then we bought a second piece of land that nobody else wanted, Barnes Wine, and it had 9 acres in 1996. And then only 3 years ago, we and my family bought Corporate Park, which entails 3 beautiful office buildings, and which were fully leased at the time. And we have a long-term agreement with the Meridian Credit Union, who occupy one of the big, I call it the black box. So our total is 24 acres. And I see the problem being the demographics has changed today. It's not the same as it was. For example, in Hamilton, we're doing a $25 million job for what? Yeah, Amazon. A 1 million square foot building for Amazon, 1 million. And people are shopping online. There's commercial developments like the Penn Center and places like that. There's not going to be the need for that commercial space down the road. Even in my own offices, a couple of months ago, my daughter and I had a meeting with the Meridian Credit Union. They rent 4 or 5 floors. They want to sublease 2 of the floors, 40%. They want to sublease it because with COVID, a lot of the workers are working at home, and perhaps there's been some layoffs, but there's 40% less space. And this is what's happening. In office space, we're not going to have the requirements. We're not going to have, it's a different demographics. There's not going to be the need for as much commercial and office space. So I don't want to be in a bind here. Once you pass an official plan, it's the Bible for the next 10 years. Try to change it. It's not a simple thing. Most engineers and developers don't have too much use for official plans. It's a planner's dream, but it's a developer's nightmare, let me tell you. So we're not trying to change all of our land and develop 24 acres as residential. We're only looking for a small portion, perhaps 25%, perhaps 2.5 hectares. So we might have 200 units as opposed to the 2,000 units that General Motors, the people that own the General Motors project are going to want. So, I mean, I don't think we're being greedy. I think we've been good corporate citizens, but I think we need a fair shake. And I don't want to be having an albatross around my head, and I'm forced to build any future buildings here as employment lands when I know there's not a need for them. So this is the problem with this official plan. You're dictating the terms for the next 10 years. And I don't think the terms are reconcilable to what's going on in the country today. My own son-in-law in London runs an office. He's worked at home since March. He's got 65 employees. And he said productivity has gone up. He said, I'm never going back to the office. And he's the manager of the office. He works for, I'm going to say Price Waterhouse, big company. And they've been working at home and productivity has gone up. So residential properties might become in the employment lands. People can work at home. So that's all I'm asking you. Consider this and your deliberations on this matter, because once you put it in the official plan, believe me, nobody wants to go and try to change it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Thank you for everything you've done in our community. It's greatly appreciated as well. Okay, we got the two speakers here, and I got Councillor Harris speaking first.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. Is it Ms. Tanner? Yeah. I guess, could you just comment on, like, we've heard a lot of talk from staff over the last few weeks that if we add something, make something in that's designated employment area, that something else has to come out. There's like this fine balancing act between what can be in and what can be out. And I think, I was just wondering what your opinion is on that.
Thank you, through Mayor Sendzik. So the designation of employment areas and employment lands is actually done at the regional level in accordance with the requirements of a place to grow and the provincial policy statement. So you have been provided with an estimate of jobs by Niagara Region, and your staff have done the analysis. But you do have flexibility to say there are different ways to achieve this, one of which is providing mixed use and ensuring that there's a balance of jobs and housing. The other is not putting the employment area designation on, but making it employment lands, which provides ability and flexibility, which is something that I think is important as the city continues to grow. So although the staff report recommends certain employment areas, I'd suggest to you that those will actually be implemented at the regional level. And I think that providing some flexibility on lands where you believe housing should go and housing and jobs should go together is prudent as well.
So I guess my next question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, if we were to, would it be possible that you would achieve what you're looking for by keeping the existing designation as employment lands instead of employment area?
Through Mr. Mayor, I think that that's a better course of action for these lands, in particular, given what Mr. Rankin has said, and it's not the entire site, but there are components of the site that gives Rankin and the city the ability to look at privately initiated applications at a future point, and that would be assessed under the requirements of your official plan for conversion of employment lands, so land use compatibility, but also ensuring that both jobs and housing are provided.
Okay, so then as a follow-up question, if we do that, I'm going to ask staff the exact same question when they come back on after you present. If we do that, is that going to impede or delay or defer this report if we made the Rankin properties, kept them as employment instead of employment areas?
Through you, Mayor Sendzik, I don't believe it would defer or delay the report.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters. It's nice to have a Kate Bretner come to council. So hello, Mr. Rankin. I guess my question is for Ms. Tanner. You just mentioned in your previous discussion, and I know we're not supposed to bring it up, that these types of industries are looking to build right next to 400 series highways. This piece of property is right next to the QEW and it's quite close to the 406. Can you give me your thoughts on that? That's kind of what I'm stuck on at this moment.
Thank you, Councillor, through you, Mayor Sendzik. That's a great question, and I'm happy to give you my perspective on that. If you look at the overall area that is here, it is largely developed. Your own staff map showed that there's a very small area that is vacant employment land in this particular area. In order for a larger development to occur, it would require the acquisition of a number of properties and then a comprehensive redevelopment plan, ensuring that the road network would occur. Intensification of employment lands can happen, but the amalgamation, the acquisition of a number of properties and the amalgamation of it is very rare. It's happened in Hamilton with McMaster Innovation Park, but it was a number of larger parcels than what we see in this particular area in St. Catharines.
Thank you. This is to you, Mr. Rankin, through the mayor to Mr. Rankin. You're thinking if this gets changed and you do a development on this site, you would move your operations somewhere else. Would you keep your operations in your yard in St. Catharines?
We did buy 7 acres of land in Benfield, and we're going to move there. And now we're looking I'll be quite honest, we're looking at other sites. My son's favorite is a site that's not even in St. Catharines, but my son and daughter and myself really run the company now. So we try to get agreement from all 3 of us. So, you know, anyway, we're looking at various sites, even in St. Catharines. The Benfield land is almost too valuable to build a contractor's yard there. So, and there's very little cheap land available anymore. So that's the biggest problem. But we are definitely looking at relocating. We've moved our engineering and staff offices to Corporate Park. We have pretty well the first floor. So we got most of our staff, and I moved there as well. So most of our engineers and supervisory staff and clerical staff are all in Corporate Park right now. So we have moved over there, partly because there wasn't a demand for space. So we said, let's use some of it ourselves.
Okay, thank you. So I guess what I'm hearing is you might remain in St. Catharines, but you might also move to another lower tier municipality. That's also on the table.
That's on the table. There's no decision been made, but that's on the table. We do have a yard in Thorold. We have 10 acres. We have an asphalt plant in Thorold. We bought the old Economy paving, their building in Thorold. So we have 10 acres in Thorold right now. So, and of course, we own Park Over and Quarries. We have 450 acres there. So we do own quite a bit of land in Niagara. We're not, you know what I mean? We're just not necessarily in St. Catharines. And so we do have other properties in other parts of the municipality.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Harris, you've already spoken on this. So it's got to be.
I just wanted to say it's super quick. It's actually a really valid point that Mr. Rankin just made about employment lands and stuff. He actually owns the property, and owns other employment land, but it might be cheaper to move somewhere else. So that tells me that most employment people are not moving to Martindale. That's all.
Okay. So I just want to say thank you to Ms. Tanner and Mr. Rankin for your presentation. It is greatly appreciated for taking the time to join us tonight. I know time is valuable, but it was good to hear your perspectives as well. Okay, so it's 10 after 8, folks, and as part of the Planning Act, we have to be mindful that we stay on the thing and on the Zoom. We still have a number of presentations to go, so we can either take a break now, or we could try and roll through these as quickly as possible in terms of listening to the delegations. We've got Mr. Richardson and Mr. Corey. They're going to be speaking, I believe, to the property in West St. Catharines. So I'm going to ask those two to be joined together. Then we have Mr. Panichetti, and then Mr. Redden and Mr. Pula. So we do have a lot of presentations. Councillor Williamson.
That was a signal for a little break. That was all.
Okay. Is the will of council? Do you want to take a 5-minute break right now? Okay, so we're going to do a 5-minute break just to give everyone an opportunity to refresh, and then we'll see everybody back here. And just turn off your videos and make sure your mic's turned off. Okay, if we've got council, if they just want to start turning on their videos, that'd be great. Once we got everyone on the screen, we'll go. Just me missing Councillor Miller, Councillor Dodge. Spicoli must have dropped off pizza to Councillor Townsend. That might be a generational thing. I don't know if Councillor Townsend knows who Spicoli is. Fast Times at Richmond High.
Sean Penn.
Sean Penn, the actor. There you go. Okay, so we're just missing Councillor Dodge, I believe. Oh, there's Councillor Dodge. Okay. All right, Mr. Corey. Again, Mr. Corey, is Mr. Richardson speaking as well on the same subject matter?
Yes, Your Worship, and I believe he would like to speak first, and I will follow in his wake if that is okay with.
Okay,
with you.
so for council, we'll hear from Mr. Richardson, and then followed by Mr. Corey, and then we will have questions because they're speaking on the same subject matter, and I believe the same applicant. So, Mr. Richardson, it's over to you. You got 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name, as you've heard, is Tom Richardson. I am a senior counsel with the law firm of Sullivan Manny, located at 40 Queen Street in St. Catharines. I'm appearing this evening with Mr. Matthew Corey, a professional planner who is a principal in the planning firm of Malone Given Parsons out of Toronto. My presentation will be brief. Mr. Corey will follow, and then the two of us would be pleased to answer any questions that we can. We appear on behalf of the Whitty, Pennachetti, Hunt, and Hudson lands located in West St. Catharines. These are approximately 30 plus or minus hectares of vacant farmed land bounded by Van Sickle Road and First Street Louth, St. Paul Street West, and the CNR right-of-way. These families are the owners of all of the lands within that area I've just described, except for a lumberyard at Van Sickle and the CNR. In the report before you this evening, these lands are identified in Appendix 2 as area number 3, entitled West Side, south of CNR Rail. They are shown on an aerial photo in Appendix 2 at page 42 of your agenda. They are also shown on Appendix 3 as area number 7, marked Special Study Area. And that was shown to you earlier this evening by Mr. Bellows. On pages 7 and 8 of the agenda, 3 and 4 of the report, are the changes recommended to the official plan. These lands are one of the 2 recommended by planning staff for conversion. The changes recommended for these lands are set out in paragraph II in the report on pages 3 and 4. In summary, planning staff are recommending the establishment of a special study area, related policies to allow for future designation or redesignation of the lands to permit a mix of residential and employment uses. Our clients are in agreement with the staff recommendation and are requesting that council approve the recommendation with respect to those lands in West St. Catharines. The owners are all longtime owners of the subject lands. The Hunts have owned their lands in West St. Catharines since the 1880s. The Whittys have owned and farmed lands here since 1954, and the Penachettis have owned their lands since 1965. These lands were formerly part of Grantham Township and came into the city of St. Catharines at the time of the amalgamation of Grantham Township, Meriton, Port Dalhousie, and St. Catharines in 1961. These lands were in the former township of Grantham. Immediately after amalgamation, in 1964, the city zoned these lands for industrial purposes. They have been zoned for industrial purposes ever since, and ever since the owners have been unable to market these lands for industrial purposes. For the past 6 years, they have sought solutions which would permit the development of these lands. With the initiation of the region of its municipal comprehensive review, which you heard Mr. Bellows refer to earlier, and the city's land needs analysis, the families have retained the planning firm of Malone Given Parsons to undertake a planning analysis. The planning reports of Mr. Corey are attached to the staff report before you this evening. The report of Mr. Corey notes that the lands are not suitable for inclusion in an area of employment, that companies in research and development, medical and biomedical and biosciences are drawn to amenity-driven employment areas that offer a broader land use mix. The reports of Mr. Corey's, there were two, and conclude that a mixed-use development would contribute to the creation of a complete community and offer residents the ability to live, work, and play in the same area, an area I might point out adjacent to the planned GO transit station. The reports also conclude, and I'm quoting now, a mixed-use development centered along Ridley Road has the potential to achieve a similar amount of jobs to what is anticipated on the site if only employment uses were to proceed. This request is not intended to eliminate employment function from the site, but to add residential and complementary use permissions, end of quote. In short, a mixed-use designation will produce jobs, and it will do so, again to quote from Mr. Corey's report, at a minimum, the anticipated employment yield on these lands if they were left as employment lands, end of quotes. That is, as estimated, I think you heard from Mr. Bellows, approximately 1,500 jobs. So Mr. Mayor and members of council, on behalf of the Whitty, Penichetti, Hunt, and Hudson families, we respectfully request that council approve the recommendations found in the report before you with respect to the lands identified as area number 7 on Appendix 3, located on the west side, south of CN Rail, and that you establish a special study area and related policies on the subject lands to allow for future redesignation of the lands to permit a mix of residential and employment uses. Now, following Mr. Corey's presentation, Mr. Mayor, we'd be pleased to respond to any questions that members of council may have. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Richardson. That was a very thorough history. And I can only assume Councillor Kushner was not on council in 1960 when that was converted. So that would be the one lesson that I've learned tonight.
Well, the other, Mr. Mayor, would be that date in 1961 is remembered by everyone who was in Meriton at the time of amalgamation.
Let's keep it quiet. Okay. Mr. Corey, welcome to an amalgamated community.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't know that we were still talking about that. I thought that was anyway. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council and to the public. It's been a long night. I'll endeavor to keep it very short. I want to thank your staff and you for the good work that's been done here. Certainly, it was a long process. We worked extensively with your staff through the robust consultation that they did to determine what is appropriate and what's not. And I think we've come to a very good outcome on these properties on this location. And you've heard a lot tonight about changing employment trends and other things. They certainly are, but I mean, the challenge, I think, in city building is to then provide the opportunity to accommodate the jobs with those changed employment trends. And I'm happy to say that that is occurring in terms of the planning that will go on for these lands, while at the same time delivering a mix of uses, which, you know, I'm an employer. We have jobs that we're always looking at sites, and And the key to attracting new employers in these emerging trends is providing these vibrant mixed-use downtown, close to transit, which we are, and very close active transportation to the GO station, close to amenities and shopping, which we are. Residents need to be close to a community center, which we are, and close to a hospital, which we are. So, I mean, all of these things, I think, lend themselves to recommend that a mixed use be considered here, and certainly your staff have agreed. And then properly so, that will be occurring through a future secondary plan process as per the policy put forward by staff, which I agree is a very good policy and a procedural way of dealing with that. The one thing I will say, and we're very, it's been a long time coming, I know, from my clients. Some of that history you just heard from Mr. Richardson, but they're very eager to have something happen here and to move forward in the good work of city building in cooperation with the city. And it's very important to do that this report go forward and that it be adopted in advance. So we're here tonight to ask you to please consider that, and certainly in support of the staff's work and their recommendation, and of course to answer any questions you may have of us. And thank you for hearing us tonight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Corey, and thank you, Mr. Richardson. Questions of the presenters who are speaking? Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Richardson, sir, you mentioned something early in your report about the sale of the lands or something like this. Can you tell us what the significance of that is, the fact that they were not able to sell these lands? In terms of how they're being reconsidered tonight.
I think what you're hearing from me, at least, is this, that the lands have been designated and zoned for industrial, but there's no uptake in the market. That's the long and the short of it. These lands have been zoned and designated, well, in fact, zoned before designation in 1964. They're inside the urban area boundary. They went through that planning process in 1979 and 1980, but there's no taking up of those lands. And in fact, you may remember that a good part of the lands with the big box stores on it in West St. Catharines was also part of that industrially zoned land. And the reason for the change was it couldn't be marketed either as industrial land. And that's what you're hearing from us.
And Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Richardson, sir, in your expert opinion as a planning lawyer or a lawyer that specializes in planning, would you say in your expert opinion that there is, shall we say, less of a demand for industrial lands due to the fact that your clients had no interest in their industrial lands?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And the fact that, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Richardson, the fact that they are close to a 400 series highway, that would be the 406, also was not a factor that would contribute to the possibility of the sale. And hence now looking for this redesignation tonight. Would that be a fair statement?
All I can say is, you know, the situation of the lands, where they're located, and they have been unable to market them for industrial purposes.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Richardson and Mr. Corey and Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's for you to Mr. Richardson, I guess. Thank you for your presentation. My understanding, I think, for the benefit of the rest of council and those watching at home, that those lands are in question are also fully serviced and ready to go, kind of thing.
I'll let Mr. Corey respond to that as well. My understanding is that they're serviced on the Van Sickle side. It's not clear to me that they are on the First Street side, but Mr. Corey may have more information.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe, yes, you're correct, Mr. Richardson. That's my understanding of it as well. They're servicing on the doorstep, if not in the lands. That's certainly my understanding of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank Mr. Corey and Mr. Richardson for their presentation. It is greatly appreciated. We are now moving on to Mr. Panichetti. And Mr. Len Panichetti, you're up next. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be brief as well. I appear this evening to represent my family, who are the owners, in addition to the lands you just talked about, also the owners of lands located at 1298 4th Avenue, adjacent to and immediately east of the Pastone Mental Health Facility, and 1956 3rd Street Louth, located on the south side of Pastone Way and extending to the CNR right-of-way. In the report before you, these lands are identified in Appendix 2 as part of area number 4, 4th Avenue, west of NHS Hospital. They're shown in an aerial photo at page 43 of the agenda, similar to the aerial photo you saw earlier of the Martindale lands owned by Mr. Rankin. On pages 7 and 8 of the agenda, or pages 3 and 4 of the report, changes are recommended to the official plan. The changes recommended are set out in paragraph Roman numeral 3. In summary, planning staff are recommending a redesignation of our lands to mixed use to support future housing and jobs. My family agrees with this recommendation and is requesting the council approve the recommendation with respect to area number 4 in West St. Catharines. We are, as Mr. Richardson just pointed out, we are longtime owners of these lands, which were acquired by my late father in 1965. I'm not sure how that fits in with the Meriton amalgamation, but I think it might have been afterwards. As many councillors will recall, we entered into a subdivision agreement with the city in 2013, serviced the site and built the internal road system, all of which facilitated the construction of the Pastone building at the corner of 4th Avenue and 3rd Street. Since that time, we have tried without success to attract similar medical campus type uses for the rest of the site consistent with the current zoning, but our efforts in this regard have not met with success. As it turns out, the only interested parties have all sought to construct retirement, independent and assisted living type uses along with long-term care facilities. The proposal before you will make just such a continuum of care community possible on this site, which it is not today. Earlier this year, our family entered into an agreement with Elliston Capital to sell the subject lands to them, conditional on the changes to the official plan that are recommended in the staff report before you. Council is in receipt of a letter from Elliston Capital dated November 26, 2020, which confirms their support for the proposed official plan amendment. In a post-COVID world, it goes without saying that St. Catharines and Niagara are in desperate need of exactly the type of modern, state-of-the-art community that Elliston seeks to build on this site. It is also exciting for our city that a company of the size and stature of Elliston, I'm told their annual sales are north of $4.5 billion a year. A company of that stature has chosen St. Catharines as a community that merits what will be a substantial investment of private funds. And this, I understand, is their first venture into our city for development. Councilors should also understand that of all the sites recommended for approval tonight, only this one is likely to see a shovel in the ground in the coming year. For us, at least, time is of the essence. As planning staff will attest, Elliston have already begun the pre-consultation process and are anxious to proceed with their development at the earliest opportunity. For all these reasons, I urge councilors to approve the recommendation as presented. Thank you for your attention, and a special thank you to planning staff, especially Judy Pihak and Bruce Bellows, who are, of course, here at the meeting tonight, who've worked closely with us for the last 6 years to bring us to this point. We very much appreciate the dedication and professionalism that they brought to the task, albeit a long process. I'd be pleased to respond to any questions that members of council might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Penichetti. And let's see, do we have any questions? And I think Mr. Penichetti is used to long processes as being in the wine industry with one of the award-winning wineries of Cave Spring Cellars and having to battle through wine regulations. Government process does take time. Oh, Len, it's Councillor Porter, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Penichetti. As I mentioned earlier, and everybody's talking about, this is one of our council's biggest decisions. And as we rezone, we do have to consider jobs. It's important to protect. So in this proposed development, and maybe you touched on this and I missed it, how many jobs do you project would be in this? It's sort of like a retirement home planned for the site. Am I correct? Is there any sort of job projection for that site as well?
I'm told by Elliston that they'll easily match the jobs per hectare that the current zoning, the current employment requires. If you're familiar with some similar facilities in the city, I'll use the example of Royal Henley, which is on Ontario Street in the north end. I'm familiar with that building because my mother was there. And I was also, as you might know, in the hotel business for many years. And a building like Royal Henley, which is one of the types of uses that will end up on this site, is essentially like a hotel that has 100% occupancy 365 days of the year. And I can tell you that's a lot of jobs. It's a dining room, it's housekeeping, it's all of the clinical care, and they're good jobs. They're well-paid jobs. So that's just one example. And remember that the concept here is what they call a continuum of care. So it would go from independent living for seniors through to assisted living, and also a licensed facility, which would be a long-term care type facility. This is exactly the type of facility that we're discovering through the COVID crisis is woefully inadequate in so many places in our province and in our country. So this site is primed for the construction of a state-of-the-art long-term care type facility. These would be licensed beds. So that all of those uses are contemplated for this site.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions, again, Mr. Penichetti, thank you for not just your business acumen, but also for the investments that your family has been making into our community on the land side. It is greatly appreciated, and hopefully something will come to fruition in the near future. And we now have Mr. Greg Redden, I believe, and Mr. Greg Redden will be coming on to talk to us. There he is. There you are.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor, members of council, and planning staff for this evening. I feel like a bit of an underdog here, as I'm here to by myself to champion the Ontario Street site, which was noted in the report as being identified as one of the properties that should be considered for alternative opportunities through a redesignation in the zoning for mixed use. So I'm speaking only for myself, but I have my my finger on the pulse of the Wood River Estates Community Association and the various surrounding community associations, Fitzgerald Association, the Hague Community Association, who all encompass the lands on Ontario Street or the former GM site. So my sense from what I've been hearing through the various conversations within the communities are that St. Catharines has a hole in the heart of the city, and that hole needs every incentive and assistance in being helped, in being repaired. And a redesignation of it from employment lands to a mixed-use development is certainly one of the first steps in that process. The property, unfortunately, unlike those other properties spoken of this evening, is not shovel-ready. It does have its challenges, but I am confident through the actions of this council and planning that there are positive moves forward in making in solving this problem. Planning is a long game, and this property, although not attractively shovel ready, requires the absolute necessity of planning policy to move it along. That's what that's actually, I think, what this has really been written for. So in short, no, I'm in agreement with staff report, and I would feel that hundreds of the people surrounding this community would hope that council approves the report. I think that the balance of the 4th Avenue site, which is shovel ready, which we just spoken about, and then with the challenges of this site are a nice synergy between two sites, which are polar opposites sort of the planning stages at this point. And as a qualitative assessment, I am a pedestrian when I'm in town. I use a car to get out of town, sometimes to go camping, but generally speaking, I am on foot or pedaling throughout the community. I'm a business owner, an employer, and a resident. As a matter of fact, about an hour from now, 19 years ago, I would have been driving a U-Haul from Annapolis, Maryland, where I was living and working, to the first time to move into this house to live and find a job, which I did. So for the last 19 years, looking out that window, I can see the GM plant, or what remains of it. And I actually have to look over the other factory, which is in this close proximity to this neighborhood, the Haver-Boker former W.S. Tyler plant, which has been an excellent corporate industrial neighbor. And in fact, one of the Woodruff Estates community members has been working with them to have trees planted along the Kensington Place Boulevard next summer with city's assistance. So, and also they've hosted some of the most incredible parties that Niagara's ever had through the Niagara Artist Center, which is another example where industrial activities can facilitate the arts, in the case of the Strut program that Niagara Artist Center put on a couple times at their location. So to keep it brief, I am not sponsored by anybody. I'm here by myself. Again, speaking as boots on the ground with respect to the significance of the redesignation of the Ontario Street sites and the overall enhancement that site would make to the very heart of St. Catharines. It's on an arterial route, a major intersection, a potential secondary bridge crossing across 12 Mile Creek. It can be a terminus for downtown, uptown, if you want to distinguish the car dealerships on one side of Ontario Street from the sort of lower residential, smaller commercial businesses between here and downtown. And I think it would be a significant planning initiative that would totally transform this side of St. Catharines. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Redden. In addition to your pedaling around the community and walking around, you're also a man of many fine hats. So I appreciate that.
Not tonight, though.
Well, it's because you're indoors. You wouldn't wear.
That's right.
Come on, let's get the etiquette right. Councillor Porter, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Redden. Thank you for your presentation. So you spent a lot of time on foot and you talked to various people who live in and around the neighborhood. Have you heard from anybody that they would like it to remain an industrial or employment land site?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, no, I have not. What I think people realize is this development doesn't need to include a lot of the things that another development would need to include to make it a subset of the city, because the surrounding amenities exist. Within a 15-minute walk, anybody in any of these neighborhoods could be in big box retail, or we can be in downtown boutique shopping. We can be at a car dealership, or we could be at a bike shop. So the support, the infrastructure, cultural infrastructure, the physical infrastructure, the vehicular infrastructure collides at this particular spot. So no one thinks of it as being a continued industrial use.
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Redden. Seeing no further questions, you can go back to your job landing airplanes. It's just a joke. I know he's an architect. He's a great architect. I'll keep my day job as just being mayor, not a comedian. Anyway, we'll go on to the next speaker. The final speaker is Mr. John Pula. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Pula. Let me come on. There you go. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity and council for speaking tonight. I have no vented interest in, I'm going to talk about the past the GM Bayshore site. Mostly because I want to provide some information like I did in 2015 when I tried to find out what was happening with the property. I was the elected health and safety rep in the plant from 1994 to 2009. I have a lot of knowledge of what the hazards were in the plant, and I believe still today those hazards exist. And the main two hazards I'm concerned about is the asbestos that's left on the property and in these existing buildings. The other concern of a hazard is about the metalworking fluid chemicals. There was a big machining plant with millions of gallons of these cutting oils being used in the process. We did a health study on employees there, lung function tests to find out what was causing all the lung function problems in the plant. We had 4,600 employees, and between 60 to 75% of them showed some type of lung and health problems. And with the plant, I know all the underground rainwater piping. I'm talking to the outside contractor guys that came in. Those pipes were broken. The metalworking fluid oils, the big vaults that they were in, and each machining system could hold up to 50 to 60,000 gallons at a time. They've been leaching into the underground soil for a number of years. I know that because they continually, the chemical control people dumping barrels in weekly and daily to keep the levels up that they need for machining. So those types of things are concerns. And for anybody that wants to develop that land, it obviously has to be cleaned up. Who's responsible? Basically, from what I've heard, it's up to the owner of the property. And I know there's things in the works to get after them to start the cleanup. And I saw this week that they're back on the property. So hopefully that's going to go in the right direction. In regards to asbestos, just for information points, asbestos, one tiny little microscopic fiber is capable of causing lung cancer or other various cancers in your body. It can enter your body through your skin, your eyes, through your breathing, through your nose and mouth. The latency period from the time you get exposed to health effects showing up could be 20, 30, or 40 years. So with that property, you could have people showing up, young people showing up years later having lung problems. So those are reasons to really look at properties in general. I've been in contact with the Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Environment, and I have all the mapping to showing where all the asbestos is in the buildings or was in the buildings.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question? Like, are we talking about changing the zoning, or are we talking about the condition of the property? Because while I appreciate all the information you're providing, we're talking about rezoning this property.
Yeah, I'll ask the clerk.
So
Sorry
are you going to speak to?
Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Pula. I'll just ask the clerk in terms of direction here.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe he is off topic. This is not about the report before him.
Mr. Pula, just in terms of if you have direct comments related to the report and why or why not you want to see it either become industrial or not, that would probably, if you can go in that direction, that'd be great.
Okay. What I'll say is, I know the people that are presenting at council for various reasons of property and reassessing properties and zoning. The information I have regarding the Ontario Street site is available. You just give me a call. My phone number is 905-682-2226. I'd be glad to entertain anybody who wants to come and see what I've got. Might be important to them. But as far as the zoning, knowing what the Ontario Street property was like, I don't want to see something like that again in around where citizens live. There's lots of out-boundary properties around that industries can redevelop, and they don't cause a problem or anything like that. I know with the property along the Seaway, talking about noise levels, the shipyard would be in comparison with noise level probably to the forge on Ontario Street the GM had. I can hear it from my house. I'm 3.5 blocks away. So just, you know, they need to look at decibel levels there for that kind of thing. Rezoning, if it can be developed into some housing and small business and things like that, I think it's good for the community. And I think I'll end it there and just say that I would like to see something developed there. Obviously, I'm a health and safety activist, and I don't usually walk away from anything that's hazardous, try and help out where I can. So that's why I'm speaking tonight. And if I can help anybody, please let me know. Maybe we can talk about this at the next council again, in particular about the property and stuff.
Okay.
And I'll say good night there. And
okay. We got a few questions. Thank you, Mr. Pula, for the presentation. Councillor Porter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pula, for your questions and also for your past work improving health and safety in the GM factory, which was very dangerous at various times. You've done a lot of work over the years, and you're intimately familiar with the site. So I think it's very important that we got to hear from you today. And I do think your comments were very relevant. The changing brownfields or improving brownfields is very much part of a provincial policy. And I think hearing from workers who worked on those sites and had to participate in companies' decisions and actually saw things go in the ground, I think these comments are really important, and we need to hear them. Mr. Pula, you grew up somewhere along the 12-Mile Creek, right? Like way back when, not to age you, but we had different, we zoned things differently back then, and we would often have factories next to residential neighborhoods, or we'd end up through certain zoning practices, we would exclude certain people from living in nicer areas like Glenridge, and then they ended up living near factories along 12-Mile Creek. Can you describe what it was like? And I hope I'm not off topic asking this question, but what was it like to grow up near 12-Mile Creek? And what did you see there?
Growing up there, my grandfather actually worked at the old Tyler plant years ago when they made screening. To me, it was more housing areas for people that aren't really making a really decent wage to afford to live in other areas of the city. I know my parents were very poor. My dad worked at Resin Tech, that in behind the Garden City Arena there, where the new high-rise building is there. And it's just now I see things are going to be changing. Cleaner environment with General Motors now not there. We've gotten rid of the paper mills. They may start up again, but I can remember foam coming down the old canal, getting into 12-Mile Creek, and it'd be up over the banks of the canal, and it would burn all the vegetation out because of the acids and alcohols used in the paper making process. So I think we're heading in a good direction now. I always enjoyed living in the area. I mean, St. Catharines has always been a great place and will continue to be that way.
Sure. And I guess I have one final question. I know you're retired now, but you were involved with the CAW, which is now called Unifor. And prior to this, I believe that Unifor had come to this council, or a previous iteration of this council, recommending that the city not rezone 282 and 285 Ontario Street and to leave it industrial lands. I've reached out to lots of different people in the union, and they believe that ship has sailed. Is it in your estimation that it's time to rezone these lands? Has that ship sailed? And I guess we've heard that you think it should be rezoned, but
yeah, I think there's not much chatter at the Union Hall. I manage the retiree center down there, and you know, I get a lot of phone calls, and at home, people living in here, just neighbors that live there, got my number, calling me, asking me what I can find out, because I was the safety guy that was there and saw it all. With the retiree center, every monthly meeting we had, someone would get up and say, is there any update on what's happening with the land over there and stuff? But nobody seemed to be talking about, you know, redeveloping. I know the union was trying to keep it the way it was to try and entice, you know, GM to bring work back over there, but I don't think GM wanted to get involved with the cost of cleaning up and things like that. So, but
okay. Thank you so much for speaking with us tonight and for your presentation.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Pula. Greatly appreciated, and keep up the great work in the community. And that is it for the speakers on our speakers list. And what we'll do is I just want to call the public part of the meeting complete. So I'm just going to sort of wrap the table and say council is called to order. That's the banging of the gavel. And then I'm going to have some remarks from First Director Kitte, and then Shu will direct the staff if there's going to be any other further summary comments. And then we're going to get into the motion, and that's where questions of staff will arise. Director Kitte.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, public, and the stakeholders connected here this evening. First, I'd like to acknowledge and thank Bruce Bellows, Senior Policy Planner, for his work on the city's land needs assessment and the accompanying proposed official plan amendment. The work before you represents 3 years of his dedicated research, growth management calculations, policy analysis, and collaboration with the province, region, the public, and stakeholders. I'd also like to thank the public and the stakeholders for their comments here tonight and their feedback over the duration of this project, including pre-COVID in-person meetings, virtual stakeholder discussions, and online open houses. Staff have considered your input into the crafting of this report. In 2017, staff were tasked with reviewing the city's land use needs in an effort to determine that the city has adequate lands to support our employment, population, and housing targets to 2041 and beyond. Through our work with the province and the region, staff have determined that the city has 113 hectares of vacant employment land, whereas the city is required to protect for 83 hectares of employment land, leaving a surplus of 30 hectares to be converted to alternative uses, should it be the will of council. The city is in receipt of 10 requests to convert lands from employment to a variety of other uses, totaling 86 hectares. As the city must protect for 83 hectares of employment land, simply put, it is not possible, nor is it appropriate, to accommodate all of these requests. Employment lands are critical to the city. They provide for a variety of employment types to give city and regional residents opportunities for jobs. They take advantage of existing critical goods movement infrastructure, such as the Welland Canal, the QEW, regional roads, and/or rail. They provide balance to property tax assessment so that the entire tax burden does not rest solely on residential owners, and gives people the choice to work in the community in which they live, rather than commuting far distances for jobs in other cities. Furthermore, it is critical that employment areas be protected from residential encroachment so as to not create future land use compatibility complications. If council were to support all of these requests, the city would not have adequate vacant land to support the provincial growth forecast, and the city would not be in conformity with the provincial growth plan. In staff's professional opinion, the recommendation, including the official plan amendment before council this evening, is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms with and does not conflict with the growth plan, and provides for a variety of employment and population-based employment in the community until 2041 and beyond. Staff recommend the adoption of the official plan amendment contained in the report as presented. Should council wish to deviate from the staff recommendation, council is reminded that Section 3, subsection 5 of the Planning Act requires that council's decision shall be consistent with the provincial policy statement and must conform with and not conflict with the provincial growth plan. Any amendments by council tonight should be accompanied by a request that staff take back and evaluate that amendment and report back on the implications to the original staff recommendation. Should council's amendments not be supported by staff, council will have to retain external planning advice to ensure their decision is in accordance with provincial legislation. We have heard from delegations tonight that the face of employment is changing and that there's a shift from traditional manufacturing to knowledge and service-based employment. Staff concur, which is why the staff recommendation includes lands to be designated for not just employment areas, but population-related jobs, major office jobs, and rural jobs as well, to provide that balance of appropriately located lands to fulfill this mix. We have also heard tonight from several delegations that some landowners have been unable to market their lands for traditional employment uses. Section 2 of the Planning Act sets out the matters of the provincial planning interest that a council must consider in their decision-making. Marketability is not a land use consideration. While it is unfortunate that some landowners have not been able to sell their properties within a desired time frame, staff's recommendation before council tonight is for the long game, ensuring that the city has an appropriate balance of lands until 2041 and beyond. Staff are here this evening to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, so I just need a motion to close the public meeting respecting a proposal official plan amendment to designate employment areas and redesignate certain employment lands for alternative uses. Councillor Townsend and Councillor Phillips, all in favor of that? Okay, that closes the public meeting. I appreciate that. Thank you, Director Kitse, for that. I just want to, there's a housekeeping here that we can take care of, and this will allow Councillor Kushner and Councillor Porter to continue to participate in the remainder of the conversation. So there is an administrative changes that are set out in item 18 and 19. This is respecting Brock University and adjacent lands of Amendment 26 to the City of St. Catharines official plan to redesignate certain existing employment lands within the municipality for alternative use permissions as attached in Appendix 1. So this is, again, housekeeping. This is related to the Brock lands. And so can I have a mover to move this recommendation? Councillor Williamson, seconded by Councillor Phillips. And with this one, I'm just going to ask for a show of hands, confirmation that we support. If there's, I don't believe there's any discussion on it, it's housekeeping. So that takes that off the table. Now, Councillor Kushner and Councillor Porter can be a part of the conversation moving forward. And now we have the motion on the table. And if I can pull up the motion, and all we're doing here is just getting the motion on the table and then the discussion with staff. If Evan can pull the motion to the computer. Okay, so that's the motion. Councillor Kushner, I believe you're making this motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Both myself and Councillor Harris will be making the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. So the motion is now on the floor. I do have Councillor Harris's first hand up, and then we got Councillor Townsend, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Harris.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question would be either to Planner Bellows or the Director of Planning. I just wanted to get your thoughts on what the planner said for the properties located on Martindale Road. Maybe I'll address the question to Councillor or Planner Bellows first. So is there a possibility to keep, well, first maybe clarify, is that property currently zoned employment land?
Yes, that property is currently zoned employment.
Okay, so I'll ask you the same question that I asked that planner that was presenting. If we keep it employment land, does it delay this report? Does it defer anything in this report? Does it change any percentages? Does anything need to be added in or removed?
Well, the fact that we're not recommending that it be maintained as employment lands, we're recommending it as an employment area. So certainly it would have an impact on the report and the recommendations.
No, I understand what you're saying, but is it going to delay anything, defer anything, or does it change any of the percentages?
It very well may change percentages, and it would defer things, yes. We'd have to go back and evaluate it. It's also with the region in consultation with them as well.
I guess my question would be, how would that delay or defer things or change things? Because I don't know anything about planning, but I'm just wondering if it's still employment land, we would still have that in inventory. It just doesn't constrict the person that owns it. Or
so we talk about a balance, and I think that's one of the key things in this whole thing. The balance is provided by designating 6 employment areas. And as Director Cathay just mentioned, we've also provided another balance. That is to provide population-related jobs, office jobs throughout other areas of the municipality. In total, you have to look at the city as a unit and complete community. So in fact, we recommended designated employment areas, and we're recommending other areas for population-related employment together with population and housing provides that balance. So you start moving around parts of that, you're affecting the balance, and you're affecting the growth forecast, and you're affecting the long-term provision of adequate opportunities for all types of jobs in this municipality.
okay, I get what you're saying, but if you keep it employment lands, you'd still have them as employment lands. So what would be the fear of just keeping them employment lands?
Well, employment lands, then there's another set of provincial policies that you can convert those employment lands, and then they would not be protected for long-term provision of employment jobs. So you're
wouldn't the process be, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the planner, wouldn't the process be if they wanted to convert those employment lands, it would still have to follow the same process and ultimately come to council? So wouldn't we still be the stewards of employment land and have the decision whether it gets converted or not?
Well, I think if you're recommending that tonight, then I think the most probable thing to do would be we'd have to go back and look at all our other recommendations as well, and determine how that would impact the overall employment forecast.
But I still don't understand why that wouldn't have anything to do with any other ones, because you're just keeping it still in the inventory of employment land.
Different employment. It's not, it wouldn't be protected for employment land jobs. It would be different employment.
Like, what do you mean? I'm just trying to understand.
It'd be population related. The idea that it's protected as an employment area is to protect for long-term protection of employment land, employment jobs.
But ultimately,
if you make it employment lands, you're bringing it into another aspect of employment jobs.
But aren't there safeguards in place? Like, wouldn't they have to come back to the city and planning and city council? Aren't those safeguards?
The safeguard is the employment areas for long-term protection. If they're employment lands, it opens the door for potential conversion.
Okay, I'll move on to my next question. So when we talk about employment land and employment, and we're talking about offices and stuff, what's the vacancy rate downtown St. Catharines right now?
Right now, I couldn't tell you. For office. And certainly with COVID, I'm sure it's probably higher than it normally is, but a healthy vacancy rate for downtown is about 7%. I know that's what it was downtown not more than a year or two ago.
Okay. And I think there was a number in your report. It said something like employment jobs, 18,100 by what, 2041, something like that. How many are those jobs directly from employment lands?
In the report,
like in your forecast?
In the report, it identifies out of those 18,200 jobs that we need to protect, 4,000 jobs on our employment lands in employment areas.
So what happens in the, like, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the planner, what happens if there's a site that decides to build a warehouse with 2 employees and that's considered appropriate when you could build perhaps a condominium with a grocery store on the main floor and that's not? If it's deemed in an employment area?
It's, like I say, it's different employment. A grocery store is population-related employment, serving the day-to-day and weekly needs of residents. Warehousing, certainly, I think there's concerns with warehousing, the amount of land it takes and the lack of employment it generates. And we are actually looking at that in terms of reviewing our conditions to support more vertical warehousing rather than horizontal warehousing.
Okay, so I guess my last question to you, Mr. Mayor, to Planner Bellows. So, like, if we were to approve this motion in full without any sort of amendments, and say the property, there was some mention of Barnes Winery that's on Martindale, and say something came forward that it would be a great redevelopment for some high-end condos right on the 12 Mile Creek. There's no way of that really happening by it becoming zoned employment lands or employment area.
There is a policy set and a process through the provincial place to grow plan to convert it, but essentially that would take a comprehensive land needs assessment as we have just undertaken.
So an alternative that would be to keep it employment lands and then follow a different procedure that could actually be more like a 3 to 5 year procedure instead of what we just did.
Well, the alternative to that, I think, would be to wait till the next review, next official plan review, to determine, the official plan is not a static document. It's always in review, and we are required to undertake reviews every 10 years. The region is going to complete their MCR in 2022. Shortly after that, we will need to undertake an official plan review to ensure conformity requirements.
Okay, so my last question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Planner Bellows. You heard what the owner and the planner for that property has asked for. What would your suggestion be, understanding what their issues are with COVID, the lack of tenants, perhaps developing the Barnes Winery site? What would be the best way that they could eventually approach the city if they had plans within 3 to 5 years?
I would say that they're probably best off to wait for the next official plan review. Or else they would have to undertake their full analysis on their own behalf.
Okay, thank you. I think, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to add an amendment asking for the property on Martindale Road being to keep its designation as employment land. Thanks.
I believe Councillor Kushner indicated that won't be a friendly amendment, so we'll have to vote on that separately, correct?
Councillor Kushner?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. According to staff, or my understanding is if we include any amendments, we would have to take land out and that would be from the General Motors property or from West St. Catharines. And my understanding is that if we didn't do that, that would not conform to the provincial requirements, which would make the entire process to date redundant. And the question I have is with respect to the option for the amendment, my understanding is that there are two possibilities. The individual can ask for an OP amendment on his own, or that if the amendment fails, that council could direct staff to evaluate those properties for conversion to a mixed use designation at the time of the next municipal comprehensive review of the city's official plan. And I had talked to our director of planning, and she indicated that could take place as quickly as 18 months after the approval of the regional official plan. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, thank you. I'd like to provide some clarification. On page 3 of the staff report, on page 6 of the staff report, Councillor staff member Planner Bellows has indicated that we would look at 4 different types of employment. So there's employment lands, office related jobs, rural jobs, and population related jobs. Each of those 4 categories has a different type of land use calculation that comes with it. So should council put forth a motion this evening to amend the staff official plan amendment to include a certain property as employment lands instead of employment areas, we would need to take that back and evaluate what it does mean for all of the other properties, because it does change the numbers, and we would have to report back to council on what the implications for that are. And yes, it would delay the process. To the second point brought up by Councillor Kushner, the region is currently working on their own municipal comprehensive review and their brand new official plan at this time. They have indicated to us that they are hoping to have that finalized by the end of 2021, very beginning of 2022. Once regional council adopts their new official plan and it's in force and effect, the city will be expected to bring our official plan into conformity with their official plan. We would expect that process take approximately 18 months. And for the property that's under discussion right now, that would be a good time for us to consider any changes to its land use or the structure at that time.
In that case, what I'll do is I won't do that amendment, and Councillor Cush and I will do a motion to follow this motion. Is that okay?
Yeah, so we'll get through this motion first, then we can, it won't be as part of the public meeting. You'll table that as a notice of motion. Okay, Councillor Kushner, is that it for your questions?
Yes, sir. Are we speaking now to the motion, or is it a question period only?
This is it. We're speaking to the motion, everything. It's already 20 after 9. We're trying to get through this.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I would begin by commending staff on a well-written, well-researched, and well-presented report. And I'm pleased to make the staff recommendation, which I consider to be transformational in moving the city in a new direction, which is consistent with their strategic plan. Converting the GM lands into mixed-use development will transform them from what Mr. Redden has referred to as a hole in our community to what the Toronto planners call downtown type developments, high density, mixed use, walkable communities. And by converting these lands, we are sending a strong message to our residents and to developers that we're anxious to convert these lands into mixed use development, and that with the conversion combined with the subsequent secondary plan, we can expect the redevelopment of the lands to be expedited. And I would say it's somewhat ironic that we would be converting GM lands into a development which is walkable and less dependent on autos. Regarding the West St. Catharines lands in 1975, the Residents Planning Advisory for West St. Catharines recommended that the lands be designated residential multi-purpose, but the council at the time suggested that they remain industrial because of the rail lines. Once again, it's ironic that after 45 years, the lands are being recommended for multi-use, in part because of the GO train, which, by the way, is the people mover and not a freight mover. What's especially noteworthy tonight is the correspondence from Ellis Don, who is prepared to build a major medical center near the hospital, which, according to the consultant's report, will make the city a more mature urban center reflective of a role as a regional service center. However, it would be naive for us to think that Ellis Don does not have alternative sites. And that is, if we procrastinate, they could very well decide to go to another city. I might also add that our residents in West St. Catharines are supportive of the staff recommendation because the conversion would restrict grow-ops being next to residential homes. As a council, every so often there's an opportunity to be transformational. I won't go back to 1976, but a few years ago, under the leadership of Brian McMullen, our 2009 council adopted a CIP program which transformed Meriton into a vibrant community. And then the later 2013 council took advantage of provincial and federal monies to transform our downtown into a vibrant community. Tonight, we have the same opportunity to convert the GM and West St. Catharines properties into vibrant, high-density communities which are walkable and not car dependent. I would conclude that doing so will be the legacy of this council, and we should not miss the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Well said. Just a point of clarification. I believe it was Tim Rigby, 2003, that brought the CIP program into St. Catharines. And I know I will get calls from former Mayor Rigby, so I just want to be making sure that I'll look to Bruce Bellows. Can you give me a nod on that? Because I think you were involved in the first CIP development as well.
Yes, you're right.
If that's the case, Mr. Mayor, convey my appreciation to him.
You were on council. You should have remembered that. Oh, okay. Councillor Townsend, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and well said there by Councillor Kushner. I will just commend staff as well on a very well-written report. Definitely, most certainly highlights our priorities right now within the city. It's a very exciting time, and to see what the staff have brought forward, I'm very, very impressed with it. I do have one question going forward for some of the applicants who did want their zoning change. What does it mean for them? Does that mean that it can never be done, or they would obviously have to wait, it sounds like, until the province changes the minimum recommendation of employment lands? Would that be correct?
It's not that the province will necessarily change their policy. There is a policy in place and a procedure to undertake employment land conversion process. So they would have to follow that process. It is in place right now, but it's essentially what the city is undertaking ourselves in doing that. So they would have to take that on by themselves, or as Director Kate had mentioned, when we undertake our next municipal review, requests can be received to look at it at that point.
Okay, thank you for that. And again, I will just say this is a home run, a very well done report. And again, it does highlight what our top priorities should be right here in the city of St. Catharines. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Sorrento, you're next.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a comment on the report. I was very pleased to see that in the Bunting corridor, from the Skyway to Welland Avenue, that I'll stand corrected, I think it's the retail site floor area space has been increased to 50%, which is good for all of those businesses there. So I just wanted to comment on that. And Mr. Mayor, I also have an unfriendly amendment that I'd like to move at the appropriate time.
You got to put the amendment on the table now, and then.
Okay, let's put it up. And I believe, Coordinator McGinty has it.
Yeah, and we're not dealing with it right now at this moment. We're just
very good
on the table.
Thank you.
And then we'll do the amendments separately. And so we've got the amendment on the table, and I'm going to I'm moving now to Councillor Phillips and Councillor Porter.
We're not speaking to the amendment right now, correct, Mr. Mayor?
No, we're not. We're speaking to the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Just one quick question to Director Cathay. Report indicates that if this is passed tonight as it stands, the result will be that it'll be referred directly to the region. Will it then be forwarded directly to the province for certification or whatever you want to call it? Or do we have to wait for their MCR planning document to be finished and hopefully, well, in 2022, hopefully it's going to be able to go and we're not going to have to wait. I just wanted to double check that we're not going to have to wait until 2022.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, we've been working with the region throughout this process for the past 3 years, and the recommendation before council tonight is completely in line with what those conversations have been. So should council adopt the official plan amendment here this evening, it will be forwarded immediately to the region, who will undertake a review, prepare a staff report, have public consultation, and then present their decision to regional council. The regional staff have confirmed and committed to us that this will be done in prior to bringing forward their new OP and their MCR process.
So do you have a basic timeline as to when we can tell the successful applicants when they can start developing?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not able to provide a definitive timeframe on behalf of the region, but my understanding is that it would be late Q2 of next year.
Okay, that's not bad. Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Porter speaking to the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to that planning staff. This is an excellent report, and I think we have great planning staff. We have an excellent Garden City official plan that I think is very forward-thinking. So these council meetings are, when we get to read through and dig into these reports, are quite exciting. And thank you for all your work here, helping us to make good decisions and build our city. I have some questions, I guess, related to requests for employment land conversions. I think this is a problem in cities with high land values. You have like market forces pressuring the cities to rezone and essentially lose employment lands. And there's a lot of things that we have to balance when we make planning decisions. We have to balance growth and the environment. And I've heard from environmentalists that they think that we should just put housing on employment lands, but I think there's a fine balance. What would happen in your mind, or why, if we say got rid of a bunch of employment lands or most of them and said like, oh, they could just all go to South Niagara? Is this a good decision for the climate? I don't know who can answer this question, but
through the mayor to the councillor, when as I spoke to earlier, Section 2 of the Planning Act, speaking to matters of provincial interest that council must consider when making decisions on land use planning matters. And it does include providing employment opportunities, as well as conformity and consistency to provincial plans and provincial policy statements, all of which speak to providing balanced communities, mixed use communities, jobs, protection of agricultural areas, as well as when we were speaking to having a complete community and providing jobs in the community so that people don't have to commute, get into their vehicle and commute to areas in southern Niagara or further towards the GTA, because we're providing those opportunities here. And in concert with the TMP that's being introduced to the community this Thursday, is that opportunity to provide alternative means of transportation and movement within the city. And that's the linkage through climate changes. We want to be able to provide a variety of jobs within the city, and then we want to be able to provide a variety of types of mobility and how people can access the services and their jobs and the residential neighborhoods that we have. So that's why we're trying to meet that balance. And I think balance is the critical word that you captured.
Thank you. Councillor Kushner stole all my thunder related to 282 and 285 Ontario Street. So I don't have much further to add to that, other than to say that I agree with everything he said. He spoke very well about the need and also the opportunity on that property. It's the entire community. I think everybody in St. Catharines would like to see a really great development there, and now is our chance to really move that forward. So I'm happy that that was part of the staff report, and I had a question related to that, and now it's gone. And I'm going to give myself one more second and try and remember what it was. No, it's gone. It's gone. So anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter, and we'll go to Councillor Cisco next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to echo a couple of the comments that have been made both by my ward mate, Councillor Porter, and by Councillor Kushner. With respect to the 282 and 285 Ontario Street property specifically, I think it's important to note this has been something I know Councillor Porter and I have been very expectantly waiting for this opportunity for the last couple of years. And I will say we did have an opportunity in 2011, I believe, with the official plan to have the property designated as a special study area, which I think would have allowed maybe for a slightly different future for the property. We, at the time, it was only myself, I believe, and my ward mate, Councillor Elliott, who voted in favor of that. It was defeated by council and it was left as industrial. We have an opportunity today to, I think, correct what wasn't a good decision at the time. And we can move forward with it. So I hope all members of council recognize the opportunities as Councillor Kushner pointed them out and as Councillor Porter reiterated, the opportunities that do exist with these properties. And I think moving forward with these amendments will make the likelihood of this property moving forward in a positive direction for the community even higher. And so, as I said, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this. I think it's an important step forward for our downtown.
Thank you, Councillor Cisco. Councillor Littleton, looks like you're last to speak.
Oh, thank you. I have a question to the Director of Planning through you. We talk a lot about how we need to conform to the provincial policy statements and all of the guidelines that are, this mathematical kind of equation. What would happen if we didn't do that? What if we said, we're just going to add in a whole bunch of things that we want to right now?
Through the mayor to the councillor, should it be council's will to, like I said earlier, agree to convert all of the lands and put forth that that official plan amendment up to regional council? Regional planning staff wouldn't be able to support it either, because they will also review the official plan amendment document in line with provincial policy, as they are the basically speaking for the province in that regard. So, and then they would be making a recommendation to regional council that they couldn't support it because it didn't conform to provincial policy. And then it would have to be defended at the LPAT.
Okay. So I want to apologize because I'm probably asking something that's already been asked, and I think it's just because there's been so much tonight. By not putting some of these properties on the list. I'm looking at Berryman, for example, because I think Berryman itself might be able to have a conversation in a few years about what that street might look like. And it's close to Welland. The decision tonight not to include it does not preclude that from being opened up in another 3-5 years. Am I reading that correctly? Or whatever, however many years.
Yeah, if I could answer that, that's correct. It was a decision certainly not to include it now. It's in the middle of a viable employment area, but yeah, the next go around, certainly when we review our official plan, everything's sort of on the table at that point. And it could be considered then.
Okay. I did want to just give a shout out to Councillor Kushner for his excellent comments tonight. I tend to agree that our number one priority right now needs to be to get those GM lands rezoned so they can be developed, that we really need to get this done. And I like the other comments about the West St. Catharines property as well. I think that that's where our focus needs to be. And I think that staff has done an excellent job in this report. So congratulations to you as well. So I just wanted to leave it at that. And thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Littleton. That is the end of questions and comments. So from what I can see on the speakers list, I want to thank everybody for their attention to the detail here. So we do have a couple of amendments. So it's 20 to 10. Just want to look at the amendments that we have one, I believe, that has been put on the table. And that is that area right there. So again, I would like us to focus on that right now so we can deal just with the amendment that's being highlighted by Mr. McGinty. And we can, if I don't see any speakers to it, Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just have some clarification from staff? If we were to support this, what this would mean to what we're trying to move forward with this evening?
Okay.
Through the mayor to the councillor, staff have been clear that we cannot recommend this amendment that as is worded and posted on the screen. As such, should council's desire be to pass this motion, council would need to retain an outside planning consultant to verify that it's in conformity with provincial policy in the growth plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Okay, Councillor Sorrento. This is your amendment. So.
I'd like to speak last to it, Mr. Mayor. That's it.
Okay, Councillor Kushner, just to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am very opposed to the amendment for the reasons that our Director of Planning has indicated, that if we approve this, we would be delaying the redevelopment of the GM properties and the West St. Catharines properties. And specifically in West St. Catharines, we would face the risk of not having Don Ellis build a medical campus by the hospital. In my opinion, we have to get our economy moving. We have a lot of unemployment, and to have Don Ellis start construction, that's a very positive indication that we would get our economy going and provide jobs for people that are unemployed now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Number one, I think it's a great development. Unfortunately, it's in the wrong place. If it was in an R1 or an R2, then I think we'd all be jumping up and down for joy. We have affordable housing. We have Habitat for Humanity, everything that we need. But having worked many, many years ago at the dry dock when I was in university, yes, it is noisy. And I know they've tried to establish a situation where it mitigates the noise, but that shipyard is getting busier and busier all the time. And as was mentioned, They have 3 ships in there this winter. They're on a very strict time to get those ships in and out of the yard because they want to get it out when layup happens in December. They have to get them ready for fit out in early April. So they are going 24/7, and it's noisy. And during the year, well, they did have one Canada Steamship Line ship in there pretty well all summer. So it's not a case where it's just winter work. They're getting more activity in there all the time. And he did mention that they're hoping to expand into an unloading facility, which we'll see how that happens, and when that happens, but that also would be a 24, an all night event. And in an industrial area, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bellows, but there isn't an 11 o'clock time shutdown for an industrial area, so they have the right to go all night. So great development, just in the wrong place. I can't support the amendment. Sorry.
Councillor Phillips, Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't support the amendment, of course, either. I think there's another factor that we haven't looked at. I'm not sure if it was, and it's probably not part of the employment land study, but once we start putting a significant number of people out there, we're going to have to add infrastructure, particularly fire services and some other things that we have to look at, which is not a good thing. I earlier talked about agricultural land, preservation of the agricultural lands. I know that Reed Road is effectively the urban area boundary, but the canal acts as probably a more effective dividing line. And if we get into subdivisions out there, it's gonna put a whole lot of pressure to even spread further east, which we don't want. So I'm not in support of this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. And it looks like the final count speaking on this amendment will be Councillor Surratt.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is very simple for me. I simply believe in the development. So I have the honor and privilege of moving it. And I do have a couple of points that I want to just reiterate. So $2 million in revenue, 2 to 300 million in investment. Okay. On page 25 of I forgot the name of the report. It's been reading so many reports. It states, I think it's the Hansen or whatever the report is, the documents. It says that the employment growth numbers for 2016 to 2041, and I think I didn't see anything for 2051. Actually, I think the employment, jobs were actually lower for 2051. That most of the employment growth, Mr. Mayor, is expected to come from the population growth sector, one of the sectors identified for employment growth, 60%. And in that report, it also says that for the employment land and industrial percentage, it's 18%. So the planners gave us many reasons as to why they felt that the project would be appropriate for that particular location. People currently travel from St. Catharines to other municipalities to work in other places. If we request the region, that's the second part of that motion, to reduce the allocation of the employment lands, it can accommodate the ask. Okay, so that's part of it as well. And we're in a pandemic situation, Mr. Mayor. I think we should be flexible, and I think that we should definitely be allowed to be flexible and grow our way out of this, especially if people have a plan that's ready to go. Mr. Richardson and Mr. Rankin intimated that the industrial land demand is dwindling. And another thing, if we look at 2 more points, Mr. Mayor, if we look at repurposing, so on Berryman Street where that new storage factory is, I think it's either Berryman or Vine Street. I think it's Vine Street. And I think they used to make brake parts there. It was zoned industrial. So now I presume it's zoned commercial. So there's probably going to be a lot of repurposing that takes place. So I don't know how much, industrial land we need. And then there's one more factor here that I think is pretty significant. If you look at international trade policy, so look at what happened to John Deere. It went to the United States, and we're losing a lot of industry to China and into the global economy. So I'm passionate about it, Mr. Mayor. You know, I'm the guy who's going to pound the table and say, build the homes, okay, give the affordable housing to the people. And so if it's the will of council to pass it, great. If it's the will of council not to pass it, I'll live with it. But remember, the region has the final say, and I don't know how they're going to vote. Maybe they might say, they might look at the report and say, hey, you know what? We've got plenty of land. We've got plenty of land in the southern tier, or just in Thorold. That's not that far south from us, or Niagara on the lake. So I'll just leave it at that. And thank you for letting me speak, and I'll leave it to the will of council.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Sorrento. I'll be looking to the clerk just in terms of, this would be a recorded vote as it's part of the request for amendment.
Does the councillor have a seconder?
Councillor, sorry, do you have a seconder, Councillor Sorrento?
Sorry, I'm unmuted. Okay, no, I don't.
Councillor Townsend will second it.
Okay.
Thank you, councillor.
Thank you,
Okay. Okay, Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Littleton.
No.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Porter.
No.
Councillor Cisco.
No.
And Mayor Senzik.
No. Okay.
And that's lost.
Okay, so now the main motion as it's presented. We've already talked on the main motion, so there's no further discussion on it. So I'll look to the clerk to call the question.
Just for clarification, Councillor Kushner, you had a further amendment. Are you making that at the end of the evening?
No, that would be at the end of the evening.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask the clerk, would it be better to do it as a separate motion and notice of motion, or would it be better to do it as an amendment because it's just a staff direction and it pertains to the actual motion?
So it'll come out of the public meeting once we're done, as this is a part of what would be considered as part of the LPAT process. We want this to be separate from what would come out of council after. So we'll close this part of it, and then you could bring it under motions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. So Councillor Kushner, number one. Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Number two, yes.
Number two, yes. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Hardy, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay.
Well done, staff.
Yes. I think for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to say thank you on behalf of council to staff. We're coming up to 10 o'clock. I'd go on about, but I just think that staff have done a wonderful job. So with that, I'll look to 6.2. No, I got a couple of housekeeping. Motion to close the meeting as presented. Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Cisco. All in favor of that? Okay, so the public meeting is now closed. We've got 6.2. We've got a couple of items we've got to get through. So financial management services. So this is a notice of consideration regarding, so this is a public meeting. I have to go through this. Regarding the recommendation to stop up and close Millbank Road between Rockwood Avenue and Admiral Avenue, and Realty file 18042, and has been published in accordance with the City of St. Catharines notice bylaw. Public meeting will proceed as follows. Members of the public are provided options to submit written correspondence, make delegations. There's been no one coming in to make a delegations. Anything that would have been received is in your sugar sync folder, the public meeting. So no one requested to speak. So the public meeting is now closed. Council will consider the recommendation for this item. We will now commence with the public meeting. And I just want to call the council to order. Bang the gavel. Can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Phillips. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. We do have a motion that'll come up to Councillor to the Evan. So that's the motion on the floor. I need a mover and a seconder of this motion. Councillor Townsend, Councillor Miller. Okay, does anyone wish to speak to this motion? We're going to go in camera in about 2 minutes. Just anyone? I'm not seeing any hands go up. Okay, so can we have a motion to? We have a motion on the floor. I'll turn it over to the clerk to call the recorded vote.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, motion to close the public meeting. We've got Councillor Dodge, seconded by Councillor Phillips. All in favor? Okay, so we're now going to go in camera, and it's just directly related to what we just did in terms of the public meeting portion. We're going to go in camera for just a brief period of time, going in camera for financial management services, property management, property matter, and its disposal as pursuant to in-camera bylaw 215-170, section B20.3C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, Millbank, Realty file 18042. To the clerk, please read the disclaimer.
By attending the in-camera session, each member of council acknowledges that their obligations under the Code of Conduct, including responsibilities related to the confidentiality of closed session materials and discussions, remain the same as if they were physically present at the meeting. This includes that members of council are not permitted to record the proceedings and that they must ensure that no other person can see or hear any of the confidential deliberations taking place this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you to the clerk. Motion to go in camera. And Councillor Phillips and Councillor Littleton, all in favor? Okay, that's carried. So follow the link over into the in-camera that Evan will put up on the screen, and that's to go to the breakout room. All right. So we have a motion arising from in camera. We were in camera regarding a disposal of proposed or pending acquisition of land by the municipality in Millbank Street, Realty file 18042. That council approved the staff recommendation as seen on the screen, contained in report FMS 175/2020 regarding proposed property disposition. And can I get a mover for this one? Councillor Porter, seconded by Councillor Sorrento. Okay, and it is a realty file, so I'll look to the clerk to call the question on this one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
No.
Councillor Kushner. Councillor
Yes.
Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco. Councillor Cisco.
I don't see him here yet.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so folks, we got the discussion agenda in front of us, which is 3.2. We have two parts to it. It is now 5 after 10. So we can do this, which is going to take us a bit of time. We can ask for an extension and go to 11 o'clock to get this one off the agenda. Alternatively, we can have an additional meeting added on December 7th, which is a Monday. And so I either try and get through this today, folks. And as chair of the meeting, I'm obviously the one who will make a decision on this. Councillor Townsend, do you want to speak to this motion or what?
I was hoping to speak to this motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, just wait though. Just wait. We still haven't made a decision is what we're doing. So
okay. Don't
go on to it yet.
Okay.
So if that's the case, we want to deal with this tonight. I need a motion now to move curfew to 11 o'clock. Councillor Porter, Councillor Sorrento. Okay, this is just a simple majority for this one. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, after 11 o'clock, it's actually absolute 100%. So,
yeah.
And trust me, I'm not raising my hand after 11 o'clock. So this means that we either deal with this tonight or this gets punted. So on the discussion agenda, we have 2 points here, and I'm going to ask before we get into Director Kitte to provide some remarks as related to the motion in front of us, and that's about the holding one, but to combine them together. And so, Director Kitte, over to you.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, at our last council meeting on November 16th, staff presented a staff report, including a zoning bylaw amendment that included certain permissions to permit and regulate through a land use perspective, short-term rental use. The discussion with council led to either a deferral until such time that the licensing provisions could be brought back, or the use of a holding provision. Staff have now provided council with a holding provision to be attached to that zoning bylaw amendment. It's our opinion that this holding symbol will allow us to move forward with creating the licensing program and regime, because we'll know what land use parameters we're going to be working with. What the holding symbol does is it does not, the zoning bylaw amendment would not be in effect until such time a licensing program has been created, approved by council, and in force in effect, and only at that time would we remove the hold. So that's what the effect is of the supplementary report before you, is that we're looking at amending the holding provision language on the screen to the zoning bylaw amendment that was provided on November 16th.
Okay, thank you, Director Kitte. Evan, can you pull up the motion as we're dealing just with the holding So it's not going to be, so this is just what we're dealing with right now is the holding provision. And we need to deal with this first in order for us to then have a discussion about the actual short-term rentals and carry forward the discussion we had last time. So Councillor Townsend, just on the holding.
I guess I'll ask a question through you, Mr. Mayor, is I was hoping to put forth a deferral until the licensing does come back at that time. I've seen that we've seen other municipalities who have done this where they have a licensing program or a draft license program in place. I'm really hoping that before putting any of this forth, we could defer this until there is a licensing program to come back to council. How is this? How can we do this?
Well, so I'm going to ask for clarification because technically you can't speak to a deferral, but I'm just going to ask for clarification from Director Kitse.
Thank you. So through the mayor to the councillor, in order for staff to craft a licensing program, we need to know what aspects we're actually licensing and regulating, hence why we've put forth the zoning bylaw amendment for council's consideration. So if council agrees with the land use considerations that we've put forward, including the requirements for parking and around the principal use of the property, not allowing basically, these would be home-based uses as opposed to commercial-based uses. If council agrees with those parameters, then it makes the most sense to approve the holding provision, which means that nothing is in effect until such time as we bring back the licensing provisions for council. Should council opt not to move forward with the zoning tonight, we can still craft the licensing program and bring it forth for council. However, we're going to be spending a considerable amount of staff time and resources. And if we get to that point of providing a licensing program to council and then council starts changing the zoning, now we're going to have to go back and revise the licensing to match. So it would be more efficient from a staff perspective if council were to provide direction on the zoning bylaw amendment so that we can craft the appropriate licensing program. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend, you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Sorrento, just to the holding provision.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I think my hand is up from before, not to that. Sorry.
Okay. Councillor Cisco. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think in plain language, staff doesn't trust that we will. Staff is worried that we're going to change our minds at some point and we're going to waste staff's time. So I think the holding provision actually makes the most sense. They really know what it is they're licensing, and I think that's incredibly important. And I think this is a solution that should make everybody happy.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Phillips, just to the holding provision.
Yes, through you, Mayor, to Director Kate. I certainly don't mind the holding provision because it's going to forward the report. However, can we make amendments to the report with the holding provision as it is, or does the motion, the report, have to go through as it stands?
Director Kate.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the holding provision is in addition to the zoning bylaw amendment presented by staff on November the 16th. So if council wishes to make any changes to that zoning bylaw amendment, it may make more sense if that direction was given back to staff to look at those things and then bring them back and report on what they are. It depends on what the nature of council's inquiry is as to the land use considerations included in the zoning bylaw amendment.
But it doesn't impact the holding.
No.
We'll still go forward with the holding. You would just come back with.
So the hold cannot go on its own. The hold is attached to the zoning. So council would approve the zoning bylaw amendment as it stands. And then the hold goes on top of it. And then there would be no further amendments to the zoning once that's in place. So if council does not agree with the zoning bylaw amendment as presented, staff need some direction on what areas are of concern, and then a deferral would be more appropriate for staff to report back.
So
thank you.
Councillor Phillips, just for some clarification, and I think what you're asking is if we approve the holding provision, which is this amendment, it then goes into the major one. If we want to do something with it, that holding stays in there until we also get through any revision that comes back to council. So this, and I'm trying to, because now it's confusing. This does go into the actual motion, and then if someone asks for some changes, at least the holding provision will stay in that. You don't have to come back and ask for another holding provision is what I'm asking. Okay, so let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some clarification here from the clerk, perhaps, or planning director through you. The way this is worded on the holding, I cannot understand how we could possibly agree to that without making amendments that we have to the zoning bylaw amendment, because what this is saying is that this holding provision relates to section 2242, the license, which is the zoning bylaw amendment. So by approving this holding the way it's worded, we're essentially saying that we agree with the zoning bylaw amendment, which I don't agree with. So it seems to me we should be reviewing that first and then agreeing on the holding.
So Councillor, this goes into the bylaw. That's why this has to go first. This goes into the bylaw, and then we'll be discussing the entire bylaws proposed. That's why this goes in first. It was asked by Councillor Porter to provide direction around a holding provision. Staff come back with this, and then this gets dealt with first, and then it goes into the actual bylaw.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, but the way it reads, it says in accordance with that section. So it presumes that that section is the way it is, right?
Right, and that's what will be added to the bylaw as presented. You still have a chance to vote that other part down, Councillor.
Okay, I want to make sure that I can make my amendment to the zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay, lots of amendments. Just speaking to this one, Councillor Cisco.
Well, actually, Mr. Mayor, maybe this isn't the correct time because similarly, I have changes I'd like to make to the zoning bylaw itself. So
that's the next motion. Any more speakers on the holding provision? Seeing none, I'll call the question to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll need a mover and a seconder.
All right, Councillor Porter, Councillor Littleton.
Okay. Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Councillor
Yes.
Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Cisco.
yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so that simply just puts this into the next bigger piece, which is 3.1. And this is the deferred item from November 16th. And this is related to the city initiated zoning bylaw amendment. So we have the motion on the screen, which is that council approve an amendment. This is the motion from November 16th to permit short-term rentals as a home-based business subject to certain conditions, which has all been laid out in Appendix 1. And that notice of decision, blah, 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 all the rest of the stuff that goes along with it. So now you'll see in the red, which is the holding provision has been added. And then this means that if we approve this, the holding provision will stay with it until we get the licensing that comes back, which means publicly that anyone doing an Airbnb currently, it's still illegal until we actually get to the licensing. So the current illegality stays in the current state until we get to that licensing part. So nothing changes until the licensing comes back. That's what the holding provision is for. Okay, now Councillor Cisco, you got your hand up, and then I'll go to Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had raised this at the last meeting when we originally talked about this, but I'm gonna start with a question of staff. The intention of this bylaw is that it's going to be applicable throughout the city, correct? So both inside and outside of the urban boundary?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that's correct. Currently, as it's drafted, the zoning bylaw applies citywide.
Okay, and I'm concerned about that, and I think that maybe when we're looking at this, the rules that perhaps many of us think should exist within the urban boundary would not necessarily apply. A lot of the problems that that seem to be identified in all of the talk that we've had and the reporting around this seem to be centered around issues that exist within the urban boundary. So I'm directing this question to Ms. Kate through you, Mr. Mayor. Would it be possible for us to have a rule for Airbnb and short-term rentals within the urban boundary and a different rule outside of the urban boundary?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that is a possibility if that was council's will to direct staff to go back and look at a different land use regulatory regime around that.
So then, looking to Ms. Kate through you, Mr. Mayor, would we simply need an amendment then that asks that this bylaw be centered on within the urban boundary, and that we request staff prepare a separate bylaw for outside of the urban boundary?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I think at this point it would make the most sense for a deferral with the staff direction to look at that.
I'll make that deferral.
It's not something that we're going to be able to craft right here on the fly.
Well, I don't think I was looking for you to craft a new bylaw on the fly, but moving this process forward within the urban boundary and going forward with the licensing with respect to within the urban boundary, I think it's something we could proceed with. But as I said, I think that the issues that we're trying to deal with respect to short-term rentals they're not issues that exist outside of the urban boundary. So I'm gonna look to the movers and ask to make an amendment that the contents of this bylaw be dealt with within the urban boundary, because I don't want to set this process back for those problem areas, but that as a part of the amendment that staff return with a separate process for outside of the urban boundary.
Okay, to the mover, Councillor Littleton.
So do we know because I don't have any of the non-urban boundary in my ward, as far as I know. Do we know is that accurate, that we don't have issues coming from the non-urban boundary?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the complaints that bylaw staff, parking staff, and others have received have been within the urban boundary, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, then I have no problem with that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Okay, so that's added as an amendment. Now I've got Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if we can vote on that separately. That it might not be a problem today, but when we talk about short-term rentals, we're not just talking about bylaw issues and parking issues. There are other implications related to housing stock and affordable housing. So I agree that there probably are more problems within the urban boundary, but I just think this is something that we should vote on separately. So I had a lot to say at the last meeting, but this got deferred, probably fortunately for me. So I was able to cool down a little bit and I lost all my fire. There were a lot of things said about people who rent apartments that I just need to say, my granny Porter rented an apartment for her entire life. She was a renter. She kept a beautiful apartment. And most people who rent, there are wonderful people who rent apartments. And I just think we need to correct the record. There are bad landlords, there are bad tenants, there's bad everybody. And we can't make decisions because of a few bad apples in any case. And we have to make sure that we're building an affordable, livable city and creating housing stock. So this is why this short-term rental discussion is very important. After Toronto made some changes, and I'm not sure if the pandemic had anything to do with it, they had a huge increase in their availability of housing rental stock. And the price or the cost of apartments has gone down a little bit in Toronto. So these are the kinds of big picture things we need to think about. And I think people get into, there are market forces that play in everything, and we have a role to play in that. And sometimes we have to stop the market forces. We just did that with protecting employment lands. And I think that we have to do that here. People get into this because it's might be a little easier, or you can make some more money, but and maybe there aren't the kind of long-term jobs with pensions that we have. So people get into real estate because that's how they're building for their future and for their retirement. Those things, they're good for some, but they have a huge impact on other people. And I think as city councilors, we have a role to play in that. So I support this. I'd like to vote on the amendment separately. But what I want to ask staff, when we talk about licensing, the City of Toronto has licenses for people who operate Airbnbs, but they also have a license for Airbnb itself. So Airbnb has to pay the City of Toronto for a license just to operate, and not just Airbnb, all of the rental companies. So my question is, will staff be entertaining this kind of license so the companies themselves have a license to operate, and there's some sort of accountability that we make sure that they have a protocol or process in place when they see that somebody is putting out a rental that doesn't align with our bylaw?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we will be considering all options as we craft the licensing regime. I can't say at this time what we'll be bringing forward for council's consideration, as we do need a licensing program that would work in a two-tier municipality, as well as in line with the land use parameters of the zoning bylaw amendment. If I may also use this opportunity to address the bylaw in front of council, and as it's crafted right now, is that the home-based section of our bylaw does not differentiate between the zones. So I'm not quite sure that the comments that the contents of this bylaw be limited to the urban area would still accomplish what we need. We may also need to add a bullet to the short-term rental section that specifies that it does not apply to agriculturally zoned properties.
Councillor Cisco, are you supportive of adding that bullet point?
Yeah, the intention of the amendment is that those changes be made.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Garcia, looks like your last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have an amendment that I submitted to the clerks earlier today, but I do have a question before. Is that okay to ask a question of staff first?
A lot of hands, so okay. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, I guess, the director through you, what was staff's rationale for proposing that tenants be allowed to rent properties as short-term rental? So this is somebody, if I read the thing correctly, that I'm a renter, but now I can also rent out rooms through Airbnb as an example?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the purpose of a zoning bylaw is to regulate a land use. We cannot do what's called people zoning, so we can't actually say that, we can't actually put into our zones that this must be owner occupied versus this must be renter occupied. So a long-term tenant, so someone under our current zoning bylaw, someone who rents a property for longer than 28 days now is has the same rights and under zoning as does the property owner. So that's why we would the permission would extend to a tenant as well as the landowner themselves.
Okay, thank you. So it's a legal matter that we feel we have to do that, not because we necessarily expect that there will be a lot of renters doing that, right?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not able to estimate how many tenants may or may not do this. Currently, I'm aware of one tenant, long-term tenant operated property that operates a bed and breakfast in compliance with the city's zoning bylaw.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, if I could get my amendment up on the screen.
Okay, so that you just circulated that today?
This morning, yes.
All right, so Councillor Littleton, is this friendly or?
Sorry, I'm only reading it now.
Not friendly?
Not friendly at 10 months, no.
Okay. When do I get to speak to that amendment, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, so the rest of the amendments, so Councillor Phillips and Councillor Dodge, you're speaking to the main motion.
I have an amendment to make, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so why don't we get the amendments on the floor like we did last time? Just Councillor Garcia, hold your remarks. Councillor Phillips, what's your amendment?
Yes, I sent this to the clerk today. That parking be restricted to one space per bedroom. Simple.
Okay. Councillor, to Director Kitse, is that more of a, in terms of if council were to approve that tonight, would you have to go back and do a big report on this parking part?
Through the mayor to the councillor, to the mayor, no, we do not. The zoning bylaw, as currently written, offers ratios for parking that round up to the nearest whole number anyways. So that just basically puts it into effect.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Phillips, that's your amendment?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Councillor Littleton, will treat this as, how do you want to treat
It's
that?
friendly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Dodge, do you have an amendment?
No, Mr. Mayor, I don't think I do at this time.
Okay, you're going to speak just to the main motion when we get there?
Are we speaking now to the amendments?
Yeah, we're just going to do Councillor Garcia's amendment.
Can I speak to that now or?
Yep, because I don't think there's any more amendments being added to the floor. So yes, you can speak to it.
Okay, so my question would be, so minimum of 10 months of the year, how do you decide how that is broken up or whatever? Like, is it, they have to be there one day a week throughout the year? They can only 10 months have to be there, and then 2 months they can at one time. How is that to be broken up?
Councillor Garcia, because I don't think staff have the answers to that.
No, Mr. Mayor, it's a good question. Maybe I should add the term a dwelling unit in which a person resides a minimum of 10 full months of the year. And my rationale with this is that a similar question to Councillor Dodge's would be applicable when we say the majority of the year. How do you define that? So I feel that the majority of the year is not restrictive enough. Like, as I think Councillor Phillips brought up at the last meeting, somebody could spend 6 months at the cottage and be renting their house for 6 months. And that's not what we're trying to encourage, I don't believe. And 2 months is more than enough for anybody to have vacation. So that's why I made it 10 months to make it more restrictive. And I think if that gets publicized, then if the neighbors have a problem with an Airbnb right next to them, and they know that they have to be there 10 months, they will certainly know to phone the bylaw officer that nobody's there that many months or even a few months.
Okay. Councillor Dodge, you're still up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was the only question I have as far as it goes to the amendment.
Okay. Councillor Garcia, so I'm assuming that you just came up with this request because this has been on the table since November 16th? So just want to, because it would have been helpful to have staff at least provide some background on this if possible.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, but I would like to know how come you always ask me, why didn't I send these amendments before? But other people put amendments on the floor right now that haven't been discussed with you or staff, and you don't say anything to them.
I think the point being made is that it is a definition. So what you're hearing from some counselors is that it's hard to walk something like this on versus Councillor Phillips, who clearly just had something that would be more housekeeping rather than changing an actual definition. So it would be helpful to have staff being able to respond. So again, just a reminder to all of council that when you come up with recommendations or changes to motions, it's just more helpful for all of us to have a better understanding if staff are able to point to another example in another community about what definitions can be brought forward. That's all. Not trying to point out. That's all.
Okay, I will accept that, but I think Councilor Phillips' motion is also something that, you know, essentially is changing the definition of what parking is required. That's all I did. You know.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. So we'll vote on this. I'll look to the clerk to call the question on the amendment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Garcia, do you have a seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
No.
Councillor Cisco.
No.
Councillor Sorrento.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
No.
And that lost 7-5.
Okay, on the main motion. So main motion, Councillor Dodge, I think you wanted to speak on the main motion, did you not?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. One of them is in reference to, like, is there a way that we can control how many people actually stay in a particular Airbnb?
Director Kitte?
Through the mayor to the councillor, a short-term rental is not currently a permitted use. That's why we wanted to look at a licensing regime so that we could look at exactly those types of scenarios.
Okay, so now that Councillor Garcia's amendment just got lost, how will we be controlling whether or not these Airbnbs are like having a resident in that property to oversee this?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the current definition requires that the person reside there for a majority of the time. Through the licensing bylaw, we can set out further restrictions around what we think an appropriate amount of time is or is not.
Okay, do you have an idea of what you would consider acceptable?
Through the mayor to the councillor, not at this time.
Not this time. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I guess I mean, I have a lot of questions and, you know, concerns with this, and I don't believe that it's fair to us to put something into place where essentially we're allowing businesses, as it's stated there, a home-based business, but I think they're more like motels where people come and go, and I myself wouldn't really want to have not knowing what's going to go next door to me. It could be an Airbnb that could be very well run and stuff like that, but it could also be one of the situations where they're not there, and I'm not sure really whether or not there's any way of us truly controlling any of this stuff. So I'm not prepared to support this. I don't believe this is a good use of, I guess, for our residents at this time. I just think there's too many unanswered questions with what we're having happen now, with, you know, people doing it illegally and not having the respect of anyone else. I just can't support this at this time. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Director Kate or to staff, when this does come forward, obviously it's going to cost money. We're going to have to, and I think it's important that we indicate when licensing comes forward to us that we have a pretty good idea of how much annually it's going to cost us, as well as what the fines are going to be. I will support the motion because right now what we have is not working at all. And if the status quo remains, it's certainly not going to get any better. Probably going to get worse because there's going to be more of these Airbnbs or whatever company they are show up. So we have to control it somehow. The bylaw that we have right now obviously isn't working. So as I said, the status quo is not acceptable. So when this comes back, I hope that licensing and anything else that staff can add is in support of the residents who are paying taxes and living in their residences year round and not renting them out. And as I said today, we're probably 90% of the time dealing with 10% of the people. I'm sure that many people who are running Airbnbs do it properly and there aren't problems, but there are those 10% that cause us the problems, and they all seem to be located in the Grantham ward, I think. But anyways, yeah, when it comes back, keep in mind the residents who are living there and having to put up with the all-night parties and the noise, because those are the people we really have to help. Yeah, thank you. Staff, you've done it. You've been busy, planning staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this short. It is a little frustrating hearing some of the comments around the table. We've had a lot of time here to do our homework on, Airbnbs, licensing programs. What is going to happen here is this is going to provide an opportunity for the city of St. Catharines to A, license the program, license Airbnbs to control them, and B, generate revenue for the city. We don't have this right now. The system is not working right now. If we don't have a licensing program right now, it's going to stay the exact same as it is right now. This is an opportunity for us to get it right, to fix and come up with the solution here. It's a no-brainer in my opinion. And when you look at the Airbnb, the company, the city can set up where there's a local fee that would go to the city. If you look at Collingwood in Blue Mountain, and I know everyone's ears around this table are probably hurting from me even mentioning Blue Mountain and Collingwood. They have it, it works. This is what we need to do for our city. And I'm hoping that council votes the right way on this and supports this motion going forward. Once this licensing program is set, we're on our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. And Councillor Kushner, I think you're the last to speak.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question to staff is, if we approve this, will we be able to enforce the illegal short-term rentals?
Through the mayor to the councillor, because the holding provision has been attached to this zoning, nothing changes from our current situation. Staff from bylaw enforcement continue to investigate every allegation that comes in, but for reasons that have been previously disclosed to council, it has been a challenge to enforce, and that won't change until such time as we have a licensing regime in place.
Okay, why will that change if we have a licensing regime in place?
Through the mayor to the councillor, simply put, it is more favorable to enforce a licensing bylaw regime than it is to enforce land use under the Planning Act.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Kushner. It was a last question, and I will look to the clerk to call the question on this important matter.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge.
No.
Oh, just, okay, I believe we're going to split the vote. Just so you know, we're going to ask for Councillor Cisco's motion first. Is that what we're voting on, or the main motion first and then Councillor Cisco's?
Councillor
Oh, right.
Cisco's goes first because then it has to be
That's
later.
correct. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Evan. Okay, so we need to just clarify the wording, please. Does that work for you?
Yes.
Asking Director Kate.
No, it works for me.
Okay, okay. All right then. Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Harris.
See a finger.
Someone's muting me. Yes. Can you
Councillor
hear
Kushner.
me?
Yes, thank
No.
you.
No.
Councillor Littleton.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Councillor Miller. I'm sorry, he's not here. Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Porter.
No.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Hold on.
It's a tie, I
Lost
think.
on a tie. It's lost on a tie.
That's why we're muting you, Councillor Harris, for your background. All right, main motion.
On the main motion,
Mover is Councillor Littleton.
Councillor Littleton.
I'm so sorry. I did it again. Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
At last, yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Long time coming, yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you. Thank you to staff for all the work. Looking forward to the licensing coming up, and hopefully it'll come up in short order in the next couple of months. And we can close the book on this and start regulating, which should have been regulated a long time ago. Okay, so let's get through some of this other stuff. We have the 3.2, so it's Councillor Townsend. 3.3 is the memo from the Director of Economics. So if you want to run through that quickly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, essentially the memo was to remove my original motion. I mean, we could sit here and say that the federal government did listen to us and the city council, but as we do know, the federal government will be eliminating the use of single-use plastics. They have made a commitment on that. So at this point, there is no need to have staff put their efforts towards this. So I will be going back, and it's exciting to see the direction the federal government is going.
Thank you for your efforts in this, Councillor Townsend. I need a seconder, I guess your ward mate, Councillor Sorrento, and just a show of hands to pull us off of the outstanding reports list. And again, thank you, Councillor Townsend, for your leadership on bringing this to light. We do have another, which we're going to go into motions to ratify forthwith. That council adopt the items approved forthwith by a general committee on Wednesday, November 18th, November 23rd, and November 30th. Councillor Williamson, can I have that from you? And seconded by Councillor Cisco. Okay, these are just the ratified forthwith recommendations. All in favor, show of hands. Okay, that's carried. Now we have the motions in front of us. Councillor.
We have two general committee items that came from, we have one for Councillor Miller, correspondence. Sub-item 3, I don't know if Councillor Miller's back in the room.
I don't see him yet. So what's the other one?
The other one I believe we did, which is sub-item 14, and that I believe is done.
We just did
That was Councillor Townsend, that was done, but Councillor Miller's pulled. He's not here.
Can I move this if he can't come back in?
The city of Brantford, yes, you can, if you'd like to.
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you want to speak to it and tell council what they're voting on?
It's just quickly, the provincial government has made some changes and essentially shut out the possibility for municipalities to adopt ranked ballots. I'm not sure if I need to speak. We only have a couple minutes. I think ranked ballots are the way of the future. I think this is something that we should support.
Okay.
Councillor Miller's back in. We can switch it over to have him move it.
Will you second it, Councillor Porter? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we could do a show of hands in the respecting time.
I got to give Councillor Miller an opportunity. So Councillor Miller, Councillor Porter explained the resolution from City of Brantford. Are you okay if we vote on that to endorse it?
Yeah, I trust her eloquence, so let's just do them.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Okay, so we move on to the motions. We have gas-fired power plants. And that's why we mute.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Harris is killing me.
Okay,
let's
go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm bringing this motion forth. I'll just read the whereases. Essentially, to sum it up, we're asking the provincial government to phase out their gas-fired power plants. We have about 12, 13 of them right now in Ontario. Other municipalities have called on them, and because the City of St. Catharines has declared a climate emergency, we have taken the initiative to be a green-friendly environmental city. We want to see the province be better. We did see last week Bonnie Linsk, Auditor General, come out with a report saying that unfortunately the province wasn't prepared properly for the pandemic, COVID-19. We don't want to see this going forward. We want to make sure that our province is ready, able, and willing to tackle the climate change, the climate crisis. So I'm asking, therefore, be it resolved, the City of St. Catharines requests the Government of Ontario to place an interim cap of 2.5 megatons per year on the gas plants, greenhouse gas pollution, and develop and implement a plan. A plan is key. We need a plan to phase out all gas-fired electricity generations by at least 2030 to ensure that Ontario meets its climate targets. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Premier of Ontario, to local MPPs, to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, Memo, the Niagara region, local area municipalities, and also included in that the municipalities of Hamilton, Halton Hills, and Kitchener, who are already 3 municipalities who have also called on the province to come up with a better climate plan. So I'm asking council to support this, and so we can continue being leaders in the fight against climate change.
Okay, I see no hands up on this one, so it's self-explanatory, following suit with other municipalities have done. And I'll just do a roll call for hands. All in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much, Councillor Townsend. We move on now to Councillor Littleton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is basically, I mean, everybody has probably read it already, but the Ontario Business Improvement Area Association is dealing with the opioid health crisis, just like we all are here in St. Catharines. Obviously, our businesses also deal with this. So it's just calling on the federal governments and the provincial governments to declare it, the opioid crisis, a national health crisis. It is an epidemic. Thank you.
Councillor Littleton, any comments on this? I think it's a great move. All in favor? Carried. Thank you for that. Okay, we move on to hospice workers. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will try to be brief. This is just a follow-up to the discussion we had at the General Committee when the Executive Director of Hospice Niagara presented to us. And explained that hospice workers who are so critical and do such amazing things and help so much are the only healthcare workers that are not funded by the province. So I'm just asking that the city recommends that the Ontario Health Ministry accept Hospice Niagara's request and start fully funding all hospice healthcare workers fully and right away. And that this motion be forwarded directly to the Minister of Health, Christine Elliott, all Niagara MPPs, the region of Niagara, and all Niagara municipalities.
Not seeing any hands. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Any notices of motion? We won't be doing any notices of motion until the January 18th meeting. The next meeting will be a meeting of the budget. So
Councillor Kushner and I submitted something that tied in with the employment lands regarding the property on Martindale.
yeah,
So
no,
the clerk has it.
oh yeah, okay. All I'm saying is that it won't be dealt with until January 18th. That's all. It won't be we're not dealing with that at the budget meeting. So if you can call it up, can you call it up? We'll deal with it January 18th. And that's fine, right? Because it's not.
It was just to direct staff to evaluate.
Okay, that would be under report.
It's just to direct staff.
That would be under report requests. Correct? You're directing staff to do a report. Okay, so.
No, well, to evaluate, yeah.
Okay, so any notices of motion, folks, will be dealt with on January 18th. We have a report request here, employment lands. Do you have the information up there? Can we have it, someone from the clerk's department pull it up if it was sent in? If it's not there, then we'll deal with the report request at the budget meeting, okay?
All right, Councillor Kushner's motion.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was in the main motion, Evan.
Okay, ABCs, can I have a motion? We'll get back to it when it gets on the screen, but we're going to keep moving. ABCs, Councillor Porter or Councillor Townsend, can we approve the minutes of the advisory committees of council? Okay,
Yep.
Any comments on those? Seeing any? All in favor? Okay, the ABCs are carried. So we have minutes arising from the surplus lands development.
There it is.
Okay. So that's a report request. All in favor of the report?
Mr. Mayor, sorry. If we're voting on that, I would like that third paragraph to be voted on separately.
What are we voting on? There's no paragraph. We're looking at the screen, Councillor.
Oh, I'm looking at the motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're
I
back.
thought you were talking about the surplus lands task force.
We were going to, but this came on the screen. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Sorry.
Okay, so this is a report request. Okay. All in favor? Carried. Okay, now Councillor Garcia. So we have the surplus land development, which is looking at 68 Church Street. And this is for the going to the region to express interest in 68 Church Street, which is the soon to be former District 1 in downtown St. Catharines. So I need a mover, Councillor Porter, seconded by Councillor Littleton. And Councillor Garcia, you want to lift which one out?
The last one I'd like to vote on separately because it separates a different issue.
Okay, it's a report request. Okay, let's deal with that one first. All in favor of the report request to look at that municipal land development?
Okay, can I speak to it, Mr. Mayor?
Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that I wanted to vote on it separately because I don't agree that our city is in the business or council, council is in the business of real estate. So I don't think we should be looking at that. That's why it's separated.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Dodge, you have a question on this one?
No, Mr. Mayor, I had a request of you, but I don't know when the appropriate time is, so I put my hand up.
Okay. So this is for the first, all in favor of this one Just report back. Opposed? Okay, that's carried. And then the remainder of it, which I think it's just, again, looking to the region to provide some options. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's carried again. Okay, so Councillor Dodge, what do you have your hand up for? What are you looking to put on the table?
Mr. Mayor, it was what we had spoken about earlier today with the fact that the pandemic and the hot zones are coming down to our area and staying in our Airbnbs and possibly, infecting some of our residents. I had a call from a concerned resident on the weekend. A little 3-bedroom bungalow beside them had 13 residents and they were from the red zone. So I'm just wondering if there's some way that we could maybe have you contact Airbnb and, stop people from any of the areas that are on lockdown from coming down here and renting in the short-term rentals.
Okay, so that's something I could work with public health, and we can see if there's a way to get in touch with Airbnb to provide some kind of clarification around what's happening when people are booking in our community from areas that have been identified as a lockdown. So I'll take that direction, and tomorrow with my staff, we'll reach out to public health and see if we can get something crafted for Airbnb. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That would be wonderful.
Thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor Dodge. We're going now into what would be the reading of bylaws, and we have a motion that bylaws listed on council agenda A through L, save and accept I, be considered first time and passed, and they be signed by and executed by the mayor and city clerk. Councillor Phillips, can I have that one as a mover? And second?
Yes.
Seconder, can I have Councillor Miller second in that? Okay, all in favor of the reading of the bylaws? That's carried. Additional bylaws, at the reading bylaws listed on council agenda, additional bylaw A and B, we read a first time, considered and passed. And I'm going to go back to Councillor Townsend, who looks like he's getting to the end of his day. And Phillips, all in favor of A and B, that's carried. And then the final one, because I'm going to give it to the fact that they're 8-3 now, Councillor Miller, you're doing the adjournment.
Thank you. Quick shout out to Councillor Porter for sticking up for renters. I think I'm the only renter on here. I think I'm a pretty good tenant, generally get along pretty well with my landlord. So all that being said, motion to adjourn put on the floor by myself.
Seconded by Councillor Sorrento.
Indeed, I think he's going to be moving into those micro condo units there on Oakdale Avenue, Councillor Miller.
All in favor? Carried. Have a great, wonderful evening, and we'll see you guys soon. Take care of yourselves.